Künstler, p. 234. In a certain sense, language is innate to man, namely, in the truer philosophical sense in which everything that, according to the usual view, is innate to man, can only be brought forth through his own activity. Ibid, p. 235. While Schlegel's precise intentions, with many such remarks, might be debated, in Humboldt the Platonism with respect to language acquisition is quite clear. For Humboldt, to learn is always merely to regenerate. Op. Cit. p. 126. Despite superficial appearances, the language cannot properly be taught but only awakened in the mind. It can only be given the threads by which it develops on its own account. Thus languages are, in a sense, self-creations, Selbstschöpfungen, of individuals. p. 50, Humboldt 1999, 43-4. Language learning of children is not an assignment of words, to be deposited in memory and rebabbled by rote through the lips, but a growth in linguistic capacity with age and practice. p. 71. That in children there is not a mechanical learning of language, but a development of linguistic power, is also proven by the fact that since the major abilities of humans are allotted a certain period of life for their development, all children, under the most diverse conditions, speak and understand at about the same age, varying only within a brief time span. p. 72, Humboldt 1999, 58. In short, language acquisition is a matter of growth and maturation of relatively fixed capacities, under appropriate external conditions. The form of 102 Cartesian Linguistics. The language that is acquired is largely determined by internal factors. It is because of the fundamental correspondence of all human languages, because of the fact that human beings are the same, wherever they may be. Der Mensch überall MIT Dimension ist, that a child can learn any language. p. 73. 115. The functioning of the language capacity is, furthermore, optimal at a certain critical period of intellectual development. It is important to emphasize that 17th century rationalism approaches the problem of learning, in particular, language learning, in a fundamentally non-dogmatic fashion. It notes that knowledge arises on the basis of very scattered and inadequate data and that there are uniformities in what is learned that are in no way uniquely determined by the data itself. See note 114. Consequently, these properties are attributed to the mind as preconditions for experience. This is essentially the line of reasoning that would be taken, today, by a scientist interested in the structure of some device for which he has only input-output data. In contrast, empiricist speculation, particularly in its modern versions, has characteristically adopted certain a priori assumptions regarding the nature of learning, that it must be based on association or reinforcement, or on inductive procedures of an elementary sort, for example, the taxonomic procedures of modern linguistics, etc., and has not considered the necessity for checking these assumptions against the observed uniformities of output, against what is known or believed after learning has taken place. Hence the charge of a priorism or dogmatism, often leveled against rationalistic psychology and philosophy of mind, seems clearly to be misdirected. For further discussion, see the references in note 110. The strong assumptions about innate mental structure made by rationalistic psychology and philosophy of mind eliminated the necessity for any sharp distinction between a theory of perception and a theory of learning. In both cases, essentially the same processes are at work. A store of latent principles is brought to the interpretation of the data of sense. There is, to be sure, a difference between the initial activation of latent structure and the use of it once it has become readily available for the interpretation, more accurately, the determination of experience. The confused ideas that are always latent in the mind may, in other words, become distinct. See note 111, and at this point they can heighten and enhance perception. Thus, for example, a skillful and expert limner will observe many elegancies and curiosities of art, and be highly pleased with several strokes and shadows in a picture, where a common eye can discern nothing at all, and a musical artist hearing a consort of exact musicians playing some excellent composure of many parts, will be exceedingly ravished with many harmonical airs and touches, that a vulgar ear will be utterly insensible of. Cudworth, Op. Cit. p. 446, Cudworth, 1996, 109. It is the acquired skill that makes the difference. The artists of either kind have many inward anticipations of skill and art in their minds that enable them to interpret the data of sense in a way that goes beyond the mere noise and sound. Acquisition and use of language. 103. And clutter provided by passive sense, just as the informed mind can interpret the vital machine of the universe in terms of interior symmetry and harmony in the relations, proportions, aptitudes and correspondence of things to one another in the great mundane system, Ibid. Similarly, in looking at and judging of a picture of a friend, one makes use of a foreign and adventitious but pre-existent idea, pages 456 to 457, Cudworth, 1996, 109. Once this distinction between learning and perception has been noted, however, the essential parallel between the cognitive processes that are involved outweighs the relatively superficial differences, from the point of view of this rationalist doctrine. For this reason, it is often unclear whether what is being discussed is the activity of the mind in perception or in acquisition, that is, in a selecting an already distinct idea on the occasion of sense, or in making distinct what was before only confused and implicit. Descartes' theory of cognition is clearly summarized in his comments on a certain broadsheet, 1648. If we bear well in mind the scope of our senses and what it is exactly that reaches our faculty of thinking by way of them, we must admit that in no case are the ideas of things presented to us by the senses just as we form them in our thinking. So much so that there is nothing in our ideas which is not innate to the mind or the faculty of thinking, with the sole exception of those circumstances which relate to experience, such as the fact that we judge this or that idea which we now have immediately before our mind refers to a certain thing situated outside us. We make such a judgment not because these things transmit the ideas to our mind through the sense organs, but because they transmit something which, at exactly that moment, gives the mind occasion to form these ideas by means of the faculty innate to it. Nothing reaches our mind from external objects through the sense organs except certain corporeal motions. But neither the motions themselves nor the figures arising from them are conceived by us exactly as they occur in the sense organs. Hence it follows that the very ideas of the motions themselves and of the figures are innate in us. The ideas of pain, colours, sounds, and the like must be all the more innate if, on the occasion of certain corporeal motions, our mind is to be capable of representing them to itself, for there is no similarity between these ideas and the corporeal motions. Is it possible to imagine anything more absurd than that all the common notions within our mind arise from such motions and cannot exist without them? I would like our author to tell me what the corporeal motion is that is capable of forming some common notion to the effect that things which are equal to a third thing are equal to each other, or any other he cares to take. For all such motions are particular, whereas the common notions are universal and bear no affinity with, or relation to, the motions. CSMI, 304 to 305. Rather similar ideas are developed at length by Cudworth. 116. He distinguished the essentially passive faculty of sense from the active and innate cognoscitive powers whereby men, and men alone, are enabled to understand or judge of what is received from without by sense. This cognoscitive power is not a mere storehouse of ideas, but a power of raising intelligible ideas and conceptions of things from within itself. p. 425, Cudworth, 1996, 75. The function of sense is the offering or presenting of some object to the mind. 2. 104. Cartesian Linguistics. Give it an occasion to exercise its own activity upon. Thus, for example, when we look into the street and perceive men walking, we are relying, not merely on sense, which shows us at most surfaces, that is, hats and clothes, and, in fact, not even objects, but on the exercise of the understanding, applied to the data of sense, pages 409 to 410, Cudworth, 1996, 57 to 59. 117. The intelligible forms by which things are understood or known, are not stamps or impressions passively printed upon the soul from without, but ideas vitally protended or actively exerted from within itself. Thus prior knowledge and set play a large role in determining what we see. For example, a familiar face in a crowd, pages 423 to 424, Cudworth, 1996. 74. It is because we use intellectual ideas in perception that those knowledges which are more abstract and remote from matter, are more accurate, intelligible and demonstrable, than those which are conversant about concrete and material things, as Aristotle has observed, p. 427, Cudworth, 1996, 78. 118. This claim is illustrated by a discussion of our conceptions of geometrical figures, pp. 455 f. Cudworth, 1996, 103 ff. Obviously every sense triangle is irregular, and if there were a physically perfect one, we could not detect this by sense, and every irregular and imperfect triangle is, as perfectly that which it is, as the most perfect triangle. Our judgments regarding external objects in terms of regular figures, our very notion of regular figure therefore have their source in the rule, pattern and exemplar which are generated by the mind as an anticipation. The concept of a triangle law of a regular proportionate and symmetrical figure is not taught but springs originally from nature itself, as does, in general, the human concept of pulchritude and deformity in material objects. Nor can the a priori truths of geometry be derived from sense, and it is only by means of these inward ideas produced by its innate cognoscitive power that the mind is able to know and understand all external individual things. p. 482, Cudworth, 1996, 101 to 128 Passim. Descartes had discussed the same question in very similar terms, in his reply to objections v. Hence, when in our childhood he first happened to see a triangular figure drawn on paper, it cannot have been this figure that showed us how we should conceive of the true triangle studied by geometers, since the true triangle is contained in the figure only in the way in which a statue of Mercury is contained in a rough block of wood. But since the idea of the true triangle was already in us, and could be conceived by our mind more easily than the more composite figure of the triangle drawn on paper, when we saw the composite figure we did not apprehend the figure we saw, but rather the true triangle. CSM 2, 262. For Cudworth, the interpretation of sensory data in terms of objects and their relations, in terms of cause and effect, the relations of whole and part, symmetry, proportion, the functions served by objects and the characteristic uses to which they are put, in the case of all things artificial or compounded natural things, moral judgments, etc., is the result of the organizing activity of their acquisition and use of language. 105. Mind, pp. 433 f. Cudworth, 1996, 83 to 100. The same is true of the unity of objects, or, for example, of a melody. Sense is like a narrow telescope that provides only piecemeal and successive views, that only the mind can give one comprehensive idea of the whole with all its parts, relations, proportions, and just all its qualities. It is in this sense that we speak of the intelligible idea of an object as not stamped or impressed upon the soul from without, but upon occasion of the sensible idea excited and exerted from the inward active and comprehensive power of the intellect itself, p. 439, Cudworth, 1996, 91. 119. Ideas of this sort regarding perception were common in the 17th century, but were then swept aside by the empiricist current, to be revived again by Kant and the Romantics. 120. Consider, for example, Coleridge's remarks on active processes in perception. Instances in which a knowledge given to the mind quickens and invigorates the faculties by which such knowledge has attainable independently cannot have escaped the most ordinary observer, and this is equally true whether it be faculties of the mind or of the senses. It is indeed wonderful both how small a likeness will suffice a full apprehension of sound or sight when the correspondent sound or object is foreknown and foreimagined, and how small a deviation or imperfection will render the whole confused and indistinguishable or mistaken when no such previous intimation has been received. Hence all unknown languages appear to a foreigner to be spoken by the natives with extreme rapidity, and to those who are but beginning to understand it with a distressing indistinction. 121. Does nature present objects to us without exciting any act on our part? Does she present them under all circumstances perfect and as it were ready-made? Such may be the notion of the most unthinking. Not only must we have some scheme or general outline of their object to which we could determine to direct our attention, were it only to have the power of recognizing it. 122. It is, once again, with Humboldt that these ideas are applied most clearly to the perception and interpretation of speech. He argues that there is a fundamental difference between the perception of speech and the perception of unarticulated sound, cf. Note 38. For the latter, an animal's sensory capacity would suffice. But human speech perception is not merely a matter of mere mutual evocation of the sound and the object indicated. Verständigkeit, p. 70, Humboldt 1999, 57. For one thing, a word is not an impression of the object in itself, but rather of its image, produced in the soul, p. 74. But, furthermore, speech perception requires an analysis of the incoming signal in terms of the underlying elements that function in the essentially creative act of speech production, and therefore it requires the activation of the generative system that plays a role in production of speech as well, since it is only in terms of these fixed rules that the elements and their relations are defined. The underlying rules of generation must, therefore, function in speech perception. If it were not for its mastery of these, if it were not for its ability to actualize every 106 Cartesian Linguistics possibility, the mind would no more be able to deal with the mechanisms of articulated speech than a blind man is able to perceive colors. It follows, then, that both the perceptual mechanisms and the mechanisms of speech production must make use of the underlying system of generative rules. It is because of the virtual identity of this underlying system in speaker and hearer that communication can take place, the sharing of an underlying generative system being traceable, ultimately, to the uniformity of human nature, cf. pages 101 to 102 above and note 115. In brief, there can be nothing present in the soul, save by one's own activity, and understanding and speaking are but different effects of this power of speech. Conversing together is never comparable with the transfer of material. In the understander, as in the speaker, the same thing must be developed from the inner power of each, and what the former receives is merely the harmoniously attuning stimulus. In this way language in its entirety resides in every human being, which means, however, nothing else but that everyone possesses an urge governed by a specifically modified, limiting and confining power, to bring forth gradually the whole of language from within himself, or when brought forth to understand it, as outer or inner occasion may determine. But understanding could not, as we have just found, be based upon inner spontaneity, and communal speech would have to be something other than mere mutual arousal of the hearer's speech capacity. Did not the diversity of individuals harbor the unity of human nature, fragmented only into separate individualities? p. 70, Humboldt 1999, 57, with modifications. Even in the case of perception of a single word, an underlying system of generative rules must be activated. It would be inaccurate, Humboldt maintains, to suppose that speaker and hearer share a store of clear and totally formed concepts. Rather, the perceived sound incites the mind to generate a corresponding concept by its own means. People do not understand one another by actually exchanging signs for things, nor by mutually occasioning one another to produce exactly and completely the same concept. They do it by touching in one another the same link in the chain of their sensory ideas and internal conceptualizations, by striking the same note on their mental instrument, whereupon matching but not identical concepts are engendered in each. p. 213, Humboldt 1999, 152. In short, speech perception requires internal generation of a representation both of the signal and the associated semantic content. Contemporary research in perception has returned to the investigation of the role of internally represented schemata or models 123 and has begun to elaborate the somewhat deeper insight that it is not merely a store of schemata that function in perception but rather a system of fixed rules for generating such schemata. 124 In this respect too, it would be quite accurate to describe current work as a continuation of the tradition of Cartesian linguistics and the psychology that underlies it. Summary. Returning to the remark of Whitehead's that initiated this discussion, it seems that after a long interruption, linguistics and cognitive psychology are now turning their attention to approaches to the study of language structure and mental processes which in part originated and in part were revitalized in the century of genius and which were fruitfully developed until well into the 19th century. The creative aspect of language use is once again a central concern of linguistics, and the theories of universal grammar that were outlined in the 17th and 18th centuries have been revived and elaborated in the theory of transformational generative grammar. With this renewal of the study of universal formal conditions on the system of linguistic rules, it becomes possible to take up once again the search for deeper explanations for the phenomena found in particular languages and observed in actual performance. Contemporary work has finally begun to face some simple facts about language that have been long neglected. For example, the fact that the speaker of a language knows a great deal that he has not learned and that his normal linguistic behavior cannot possibly be accounted for in terms of stimulus control, conditioning, generalization and analogy, patterns and habit structures, or dispositions to respond, in any reasonably clear sense of these much abused terms. As a result, a fresh look has been taken, not only at language structure, but at the preconditions for language acquisition and at the perceptual function of abstract systems of internalized rules. I have tried to indicate, in this summary of Cartesian linguistics and the theory of mind from which it arose, that much of what is coming to light in this work was foreshadowed or even explicitly formulated in earlier and now largely forgotten studies. It is important to bear in mind that the survey that has been presented here is a very fragmentary and therefore in some ways a misleading one. Certain major figures, Kant, for example, have not been mentioned or have been inadequately discussed, and a certain distortion is introduced by the organization of the survey, as a projection backwards of certain ideas of contemporary interest rather than as a systematic presentation of the framework within which these ideas arose and found their place. Thus similarities have been stressed and 107. 108 Cartesian linguistics. Divergences and conflicts overlooked. Still, even such a fragmentary survey as this does indicate, it seems to me, that the discontinuity of development in linguistic theory has been quite harmful to it, and that a careful examination of the classical linguistic theory, with its accompanying theory of mental processes, may prove to be an enterprise of considerable value. Notes. Introduction to the third edition. 1. Harty near the end of the 16th century, see Chomsky's Note 9, had remarked on linguistic creativity, but did not recognize its implications for the scientific study of mind in the way Descartes did. The creativity that Chomsky is concerned with in Cartesian linguistics is not that found in the sciences, for two reasons. One is that Cartesian linguistics focuses on creativity in use, and scientists at work generally try to regulate the ways they use technical terms. This difference is significant. I comment on it below. Second, Cartesian linguistics creativity rests on concepts already available, typically innate. Scientific creativity involves the invention of new theories and, through them, new concepts. Chomsky's own scientific work is an example. He virtually created linguistics in its modern form when he abandoned the ill-motivated project of descriptive taxonomy characteristic of much of linguistics when he began, a project where the scientist is, as Vagelis in Cartesian linguistics claims, simply a witness who cannot justify his or her descriptive tools and initiated another project. That project consisted of constructing and improving what Chomsky now calls a computational science, a formal study of the biological mechanisms by which languages are acquired and sentences put together. In a debate with Michel Foucault on Dutch television in 1970, in transcript form in Elders 1974, 143, Chomsky describes his interest in the texts of historical figures such as Descartes and Newton in this way: I approach classical rationalism not really as a historian of science or philosophy, but from the rather different point of view of someone who has a certain range of scientific notions and is interested in seeing how at an earlier stage people may have been groping towards these notions, possibly without even realizing what they were groping towards. One might say that I'm looking at history not as an antiquarian, interested in finding out and giving a precisely accurate account of what the thinking of the 17th century was. I don't mean to demean that activity, it's just not mine, but rather from the point of view of an art lover who wants to look at the 17th century to find in it things that are of particular value and that obtain part of their value because of the perspective with which he approaches them. 3. Descartes presents an interesting case. For anyone who wants to pursue the issue, Part 3 of this introduction focuses on his contributions. One of the puzzles, among his many contributions, Descartes offered the rudiments of a computational theory of vision. It is not obvious why he did not take their limited, of course, success of this theory as an indication that various other mental operations might be captured by another kind of computational theory. The Port Royal grammarians who followed him. 109. 110 notes to page 6. Attempted to construct such a theory for language, and for their time made considerable progress. 4. Keep in mind here and throughout that the labels rationalist and empiricists are labels for specific views of the mind and of the best way to study the mind scientifically. Rationalists, when they study the mind, assume nativism and adopt internalism. Empiricists are anti-nativist and assume that the study of mind cannot proceed apart from study of how the environment in which a mind is found shapes and gives specific content to the mind. Historical and contemporary candidates for these labels can sometimes be difficult to place in one camp as opposed to another. While Hume, for example, usually classed as an empiricist, held that we get our higher-level concepts and language through a process of learning that amounts to some form of associative grouping stabilized over time by repetition of similar experiences or impressions, clearly a general-purpose learning mechanism. He also held that at least some of the operations of our mind seem to be performed automatically and in a remarkably rule-like manner by secret springs and principles. He noted, for example, that humans seem to be able to comprehend any novel action and still make what look to be rule-governed judgments about its permissibility. One way of reading the claim about secret springs and principles, and his refusal to try to say what they are, is to construe him as at heart a nativist, at least in certain domains, but one whose skepticism prevents him from undertaking a research project to figure out just what those internal springs and principles are. Jerry Fodor, on the other hand, is a self-declared rationalist, and is indeed like other rationalists a nativist. But he adopts a non-internalist view of mind and its study, as one would expect of someone who wants to think of the study of mind as the study of a representational, denoting, referring, system. Granted, he does not rely on a generalized learning procedure, but his RA credentials, so far as my labeling conventions go, are forfeit. Chomsky, though, is clearly in the RA camp. He is both nativist and rationalist, and, with language and its use, an opponent of the representational theory of mind that Fodor says is the only game in town if you want to be a cognitive scientist. Chomsky is also an even more vociferous opponent of empiricist dogma, of their anti-nativist and externalist view of the mind and their research strategy. Behaviorists, among them, many philosophers still, although they might shun the label, were clearly in the empiricist camp. So too are many of the psychologists and philosophers who call themselves connectionists. Connectionism as it is practiced is primarily devoted to pressing the idea that with language and concepts, the complex ones, presumably, the mind gains its language-producing shape and its conceptual contents by the operations of a generalized learning procedure. Their claim that the mind is made up of neural nets is innocuous. It is their claim about the initial state of the net, undifferentiated, approximating Locke's blank slate, and their view about how this net gets its content, by training, learning, that place them firmly in the empiricist camp. It should surprise no one that a lot of connectionist work is directed to trying to show that some rule or another that is part of the ANRA theory might be learned by a neural net shaped by a generalized learning procedure involving training. 5 people, using what their minds provide, also put together clusters of sentences called stories or tales or descriptions, etc., depending on the job the cluster is supposed to perform. These are not under consideration here. Stories clearly are not. Notes to pages 8 to 21. 111. Innate. Nor does one learn them. One has to have a language and construct sentences, complexes of concepts of sentential form, to be able to construct stories. The basic issue is how one acquires concepts and the combinatory principles involved in putting sentences together. 6. The RR theorist has no qualms about naturalistically determinate causal relations in the world-head direction. Relations of this sort figure in an account of acquisition, not use. 7. Chomsky emphasized this quotation from Strassen, 1950, 336, in a talk outlining and defending an internalist approach to semantics, meaning, at Harvard on October 30, 2007. 8. One can, of course, introduce a technical notion, proper noun, and stipulate that a proper noun denotes a single entity. Probably you will have to introduce a technical notion entity too. But you should not expect to convince an RR theorist aiming to construct a naturalistic theory of language and its meanings that he should take your technical terms seriously. 9. Keep in mind that talks and papers by philosophers and others provide contexts to a large extent under the control of the author or speaker and, unsurprisingly, those writing or speaking tend to construct contexts that suit what they want to defend. 10. Von Humboldt, discussed earlier in CL and again at its end, makes the same points, as did Descartes, Cudworth, and others in the RR tradition. 11. Perhaps there is hi, but there is also hey there, hello, greetings, welcome, not to mention a current favorite among some, dude. And none of these or any of the other possibilities for greeting terms, or the few other cases where one can find some degree of regularity in use, will sustain anything like Lewis's and Sellers's claims about conventions and practices, not to mention their semantic efforts. 12. Animal communication often displays something like relatively fixed uses of what their communication systems provide. But that fact, if it is so, has little or nothing to do with human use of natural languages, not to mention human language. 13. Chomsky and Marx call their theories representational, but certainly in Chomsky's case, and, I would argue, Marx too, this has nothing to do with the Fodorian notion of representation, which amounts to something like representation. Granted, we use vision often to navigate and otherwise deal with our immediate environments. That is only an occasional and insignificant aspect of our use of language. Yet neither theory is about the world, each concerns what goes on in the head. 14. This needs qualification for science, as opposed to common sense. Science's concepts seem to be inventions of human beings who construct theories. The point about the world conforming to concepts remains, but in doing science, we hope that the concepts we construct with our theories offer a more objective, less anthropocentric, way to understand. 15. This is obvious with philosophers who think that what is in the head is the product of history, acculturation, or the like, Foucault, for example. And it is obvious in Sellers, Putnam, and even Quine. In case it is not obvious with the more experimentally inclined connectionists, consider the following excerpts from an article by Morris et al. 2000, describing the aim of their effort to get neural nets, computer models of what they take neural nets to be, to learn language, where languages are understood as communal forms of behavior, or usage. They explain that children learn. 112 notes to page 22. Grammatical relations over time, and in the process accommodate to whatever language-specific behaviors their target language exhibits. Further, from beginning to end, this is a usage-based acquisition system. It starts with rote acquisition of verb argument structures, and by finding commonalities, it slowly builds levels of abstraction. Through this bottom-up process, it accommodates to the target language. 16. Classifying Herder and Foucault among the empiricists will surprise some readers. Keep in mind that empiricism as used here is a label for a research strategy concerning the human mind, one based on assumptions about the mind's contents and how they got there. Clearly, both Herder and Foucault are anti-nativist and externalist in their views of language and how to study it. They are, then, empiricists, differing from others largely in a tendency to deny that natural science offers objective descriptions and explanations of world and at least some aspects of mind. 17. I assume a distinction between common sense and science, or at the very least, the advanced mathematical sciences. The distinction goes back to Descartes, perhaps before. In his discourse he contrasts the kind of study he is interested in, what we would now call natural science, and its methodology, which he helped clarify, to what one finds in bon sense, sometimes, and plausibly, translated as common sense. Chomsky adopts the distinction. It appears in much of his work. See his 1975a, 1988a, 1995a, 2000. Motivations for the distinction include the fact that children do not readily acquire scientific concepts and theories, although they may use sounds like lepton, nor do they, or any but those very familiar with the sciences, routinely display scientific creativity. It is relevant too that scientists and mathematicians try to regulate their uses of technical terms when communicating with others in the field. Their uses of technical terms are much closer to what the empiricist seems to believe is the case with common sense concepts and their everyday use in natural languages. 18. That is perhaps true for physics, but not for study of the mind. Quine's naturalized epistemology holds that there are causal relations between sensory impingements and the beliefs and knowledge people develop about the world, where psychology is supposed to cash out these causal relations. But the story he tells about psychology in his naturalized epistemology material, Quine, 1969, seems to be little different from the view he develops of concepts, language, and world in his neglected 1974 The Roots of Reference. In that work, one finds standard empiricist claims about how psychological causal relations come to be established. With the exception of some saliencies found in sensory systems, causal relationships are under exogenous control. This is not naturalizing the study of mind. It is not treating the mind as a natural object that grows according to a biophysical agenda and using the tools of naturalistic research to understand it. As for Sellers, his 1960, among others, simply assumes that the science of mind, psychology, I presume, is behaviorism, and he explicitly adopts an early version of the connectionists' view of the brain and its learning. He does gesture in the direction of evolution for B languages, a naive version of evolution, at least. But he shows no inclination to extend what he says to human language. That would have the effect of separating language from reason, which he takes to be ours by virtue of learning language. It would detach what he took to be the epistemic norms of reason from their home in the linguistic community. Chomsky's idea of studying language, including its meanings, apart from the use of language, did not occur to him, or, obviously, to many other philosophers and cognitive scientists. Notes to pages 22 to 39. 113. 19. The term is due to Ellman, one of the more famous and productive connectionists. 20. The preface Chomsky added to a 1967 reprint of his 1959 review of the behaviorist. B.F. Skinner's verbal behavior remains apropos. I had intended this review not specifically as a criticism of Skinner's speculations regarding language, but rather as a more general critique of behaviorist, I would now prefer to say empiricist, speculations as to the nature of higher mental processes. My reason for discussing Skinner's book in such detail was that it was the most careful and thoroughgoing presentation of such speculation. Therefore, if the conclusions I attempted to substantiate in the review are correct, as I believe they are, then Skinner's work can be regarded as, in effect, a reductio ad absurdum of behaviorist and empiricist assumptions. My personal view is that it is a definite merit, not a defect, of Skinner's work that it can be used for this purpose, and it was for this reason that I try to deal with it fairly exhaustively. I do not see how his proposals can be improved upon, aside from occasional details and oversights, with the framework of the general assumptions that he accepts. I do not, in other words, see any way in which his proposals can be substantially improved within the general framework of behaviorist or neo-behaviorist, or, more generally, empiricist ideas that has dominated much of modern linguistics, psychology, and philosophy. The conclusion that I hoped to establish in the review, by discussing these speculations in their most explicit and detailed form, was that the general point of view is largely mythology, and that its widespread acceptance is not the result of empirical support, persuasive reasoning, or the absence of a plausible alternative. 1959-1967, 142, 21. The scare quotes are justified. The connectionists' neural nets are computers made to simulate not what one actually finds in the case of actual neural nets, very complex forms of interconnected neurons that develop under genetic control to provide the organism with cognitive and other systems that are more or less the same across the human population. They are made to simulate Locke's blank slate. 22. Generative can mean, and often does mean in CL, and certainly did for the Port Royalists, productive, generally understood to require some recursive principles to allow for infinite competence, given human finite means. In more technical formal work, it means, or perhaps means also, explicit or formal. 23. Note that this measure of better than explicitly relies on a technical sense of simplicity. Simplicity, as mentioned before, is another desideratum of science. The fate of the notion of simplicity in Chomsky's work, its beginnings in the work of his teacher Nelson Goodman, its varieties in Chomsky's work, and its extraordinarily important role in minimalism, is a fascinating study in itself, but unfortunately it is beyond the scope of this introduction. 24. It is possible he dealt with such matters in the final volume of Le Monde. He destroyed that work when he heard of Galileo's fate, however, so we will never know. 25. Descartes held that animals are machines, that their actions are determined by external stimulus and inner state, and can be understood by using a deterministic contact mechanics, which includes a mechanical interpretation of neurophysiological function. We know he was wrong to think of them this way, but his test applies in any case. 26. The test itself has obvious limitations. There are cases where, due to trauma or disease, people who demonstrated normal linguistic competence at one time become, perhaps temporarily, incapable of expressing language at all. An obvious if trivial. 114. Note to page 39. Example is a normal speaking person who has had a throat operation and cannot speak. There are other kinds of cases too, some of them extremely interesting from a scientist's point of view because they reveal novel features of human language and mind. Still, Descartes' test for mind is the best easily applied test anyone has come up with, and it takes no special skills or knowledge to apply. In only a slightly different form, Alan Turing reinvented Descartes' test and suggested trying it out on programmable machines. He optimistically and incorrectly predicted that it would be possible to program a computer to pass it by the year 2000. Some of his other points are worthwhile, however, and his 1950 mind paper Computing Machinery and Intelligence bears closer reading than it often receives. One of the more important of those insights, usually ignored, is that if a machine does pass the test, no fact of the matter has been determined, no scientific issue is resolved. The test offers no evidence in favor of a specific science of mind, and it does not show that the mind works the way the computer that passes the test does, any more than Big Blue's win at chess shows that the human chess player's mind works that way. All that is claimed to follow is that success might offer reason to decide whether to say that a machine thinks, to decide whether to change one's use of language and say that machines think, now often done anyway, without satisfying anything as strict as Turing's test. For the naturalistic scientist of mind, this is about as interesting a question as whether excavators really do dig, or whether submarines swim. Usage, as linguistic creativity reveals, can vary, but with no consequence for, in this case, the naturalistic science of fish or the hydraulic systems of excavators. The significance of the test for Chomsky is quite different and more in line with another of Turing's aims, investigating the intellectual capacities of man. The test, or rather, failure to pass it in the unrestricted case contemplated by Descartes, provides a reason to strongly suspect that some problems, here, constructing a science of the creative aspect of language use, are beyond the reach of human intelligence. And it underscores a basic assumption of our research strategy. One should proceed on the assumption that there might well be limits to our science's capacity to deal with human behavior that to all appearances seems to be free. The biolinguist expects limitations on human problem-solving capacities, both common sense and scientific. We are, after all, natural biological organisms. See Chomsky 1988, ch. 5. Note that the significance of the test for Descartes, Cordemais, and others in the 17th century was rather different. It was then clearly relevant to the principles of physical science as understood at the time, and it suggested what seemed then to be a plausible hypothesis concerning how to deal with it. Creativity must be due to a different principle, lodged in a non-bodily substance. Introducing mental substance to lodge a principle of creativity was for them then just doing what we would think of now as normal science. It was proposing a scientific solution to a scientific problem. Nothing came of Descartes' proposed solution to the problem, obviously. Apparently, science still cannot deal with the matter, even though science, including the science of mind, has changed very considerably since Descartes' time. Perhaps we should reintroduce a distinction Chomsky introduced. In Chomsky 1975a, if there is no known or even remotely plausible solution to a problem, in spite of many efforts to contend with it, it is not a problem but a mystery. Notes to pages 42 to 45. 115. 27. The language faculty does not actually do anything, of course. People do things. But, having it, people can do things, produce apparently endless numbers of sentences, at will. This point is part of what Chomsky is after in insisting that his is a theory of linguistic competence, not performance. 28. The attractions of a contact mechanics, its apparently obvious character, probably due to the common sense observation that to move a chair, you must come into contact with it, continued to keep Newton in its grip. He even spoke of action without contact as absurd, and tried to save contact mechanics by introducing a subtle ether, making various odd-looking moves to justify this effort. Contact mechanics continues its grip. It is hard to find any explanation for why contemporary philosophers who exercise themselves over a mind-body problem apparently continue to assume that Descartes was right about body. See below. 29. In recent talks and papers, Chomsky, forthcoming, Chomsky points out that philosophers tend now to focus on quite a different issue. This is an issue raised many years ago by Bertrand Russell with his example of a blind physicist who had a good understanding of the causal structure of the universe, but who could not experience blue. Does a complete science of the universe leave out experience as it is undergone? Russell's answer, or at least one of his answers, is, in essence, that physics aims towards an objective theory of the causal skeleton of the world, and, because it does, and introduces formal tools to succeed, it cannot deal with everything, only those matters that the tools of science can reach. Given this, it is hardly surprising that the predominantly anthropocentric aspects of the world of experience are outside of science's reach, although see the second paragraph below. Science is limited by its aim and by the tools that allow for success in carrying out its task. An everyday experience and the common sense concepts we use to configure and understand it are hopeless as science too. Of course, they too have their limitations. Putting this issue in Russell's way focuses matters in a way that improves, I think, on the way the discussion often goes in recent work, wondering whether science can deal with experiencing red, speculating about whether we can know what it is like to be a bat, weasel, octopus, and the like. Russell focuses discussion not on differences between third-person and first-person understandings in various domains, but on human cognitive capacities and the tools that they provide. This focus on capacities and the tools available for exercising them not only makes it clear that there are substantial differences between what science and common sense provide, but it points to the fact that whatever we have it as biological creatures. Any cognitive capacities we have are limited, and limited in specific, and different, ways. Common sense has an anthropocentric focus and is comfortable with linguistic creativity. It relies heavily on native conceptual tools and on the extraordinary combinatory power offered humans by a system that allows us to put together arbitrarily chosen concepts. Because both come for free, common sense allows for highly flexible use at an early age, flexibility that is exploited all the time, as we have seen. but common sense proves useless at providing genuinely objective, anthropocentric free descriptions and explanations. That is the task of science, a project that, as we have seen, is uncomfortable with ordinary linguistic creativity and that succeeds where there is very considerable agreement on how to use the symbols characteristic of a particular science. Apparently, we have at least two ways of cognizing the world and ourselves. Neither can do the other's job, and both have the characters they do because each is. 116 notes to page 46. Biologically based, although this is less obvious in the case of science formation, for arguments that it is biologically based. See Chomsky 1980-2005. It is instructive to look at one of the issues that philosophers discuss from this point of view. Consider the matter of qualia. A philosopher might claim that having an experience of red counts as an essentially mental occurrence, out of the reach of physical science. But it is easy to see that its distinctively mental character proves elusive. The best existing attempts to say what equipment one needs to have such an experience point in the direction of being a biological creature with certain kinds of biophysical equipment. There is little help for a distinct mental domain there. And if asked to describe an experience of red, one would be hard-pressed using the terminology of natural languages, as opposed to philosophers' sharp-talk terminology of qualia, to do more than say that you see something red over there, which attributes redness to something over there and presumably outside the head, not to some mental event. Ironically, a computational theory of the vision faculty does a better job of making it clear that color, or more technically, a combination of hue, brightness, and saturation, lies in the mind, brain than does common sense or philosophies. The irony becomes even more apparent when one is asked to describe the experience. Natural languages typically take colors to be properties of surfaces of objects out there, and color terms, red, yellow, green, blue, are very limited. If one wants a precise description of a color experience, the terminology of hue, brightness, and saturation, which would need to be supplemented to deal with some colors, such as brown and fluorescent colors, that involve other aspects of a theory of color, attributed to retinotopic visual expanses, is much better. This clearly locates colors, and even positions, in the head, and offers as precise a specification of the color as one is likely ever to need. Mentalists about color qualia would do far better with the third-person terminology of the sciences than the first-person terminology of experience. As for physicalists, their view of the nature of body is typically Cartesian, as the text indicates. But that conception of body was abandoned by physicists centuries ago. So the points made here hardly indicate that physicalism wins. 30. He observed that, given what his optics revealed about the eye, the retina, and light, properties of the signal, the retina, and of the eyeballs themselves can at best correlate with what one sees with colored, shaped visual fields, and the sensation of depth that partially constitutes these fields. These various movements of eyeball, etc., which act upon our soul clearly do not resemble the mental qualities sensed, light, color, position, distance, depth, size and shape. Rather, nature ordains that the movements make the soul have such sensations. CSMI 167. He could have done the same with sound. Tympanic vibrations correlate with, for example, a heard brilliant high E, or with touch, etc. 31. In comments on the draft of this introduction, Chomsky pointed out to me that Descartes had made some visual poverty observations that invited maintaining that Euclidean geometry is innate to the mind. In effect, he not only made poverty observations, but he understood that they demanded an explanation by recourse to a theory, science of what the mind brings to experience. Chomsky remarks, to my knowledge, Descartes is the first to have clearly stated the problem of poverty of stimulus, in his passage in the Dioptrics about how an infant on first seeing a figure will interpret it as a distorted triangle. not as a perfect instance of whatever crazy figure it is, which seems only a step away from postulating that something like. Notes to pages 46 to 57. 117. Euclidean geometry is innate to the human mind, and provides the framework for perception, on poverty of stimulus grounds. 32. See David Marr's 1982 vision for an early and still very impressive account. His view of color processing is by no means state-of-the-art, and a lot has gone on since the book's appearance in the early 1980s in other areas of vision. But his view of how to proceed remains a paradigm. 33. An I language is something like a specific person's idiolect. More carefully, it is a language that is individual, internal, and intentional. The first two terms -individual and internal -are self-explanatory. To say that an I language is intentional is to say that it is specified under intention. In effect, you have to have a theory of language in order to say what it is. Or to put it another way, the language is an intentional function. Take a list of lexical items and specify the combinatory principles/functions. Together, these determine the possible sentences of a language. In practice, assuming that the combinatory principles of a person's language faculty are in a known steady state, one can specify an I language by listing a person's lexical entries. 34. Could he have had in mind not sensation of, say, a color or depth sort, but judgment thereof? That would, on his own grounds, involve more than what the visual, or from the blind, touch, system can provide. Against this is that he clearly holds that colors and sounds are mental and innate to the mind, and are distinct from the movements of sensory equipment. 35. An early reference is found in reprinted form in his Towards a New Cold War, 1982, 64. He sometimes calls intellectuals, responsible ones excepted, members of a secular priesthood, where priests are supposed to mediate between a deity and the human beings who need to be told what they should and should not do and justify the authority of the deity. Members of a secular priesthood mediate between a different kind of authority to explain and justify to the ignorant the considerably less than obvious principles of the state religion. In the US and other capital-dominated systems currently, the state religion is a form of neoliberal or neoconservative faith in free markets, free trade, and other supposed miracles of the marketplace that are thought to somehow justify massive economic and political inequalities. The 80% or so of the US population who lack a managerial position seem to need considerable guidance in this matter, for these rabble must be kept in line. Note that Chomsky includes among these intellectuals the personnel of major corporate-run media institutions, TV, newspapers, etc. The propaganda model of media performance that he and Edward Herman constructed to explain these intellectuals' actions nicely predicts how they filter and skew what they write about, and how they present information. Their hypothesis is that while corporate-run media personnel may engage in internal dispute about whether they are not perhaps too liberal, they will never question the articles of the secular faith, and will frame the information they provide their audiences in ways that advances these articles. The hypothesis is success at prediction, detailed by Chomsky and Herman, and Chomsky alone, in Chomsky 1988b. shows that they must be near the mark. Cartesian Linguistics. 1m. Grammont, Revue des Langues Romans 60, 1915, p. 439. Quoted in G. Harnois, Les Théories du langage en France de 1660 à 1821, Études françaises 17, 1929. 118 notes to pages 57 to 58. Harnois in essence agrees, holding that earlier linguistics hardly merits the name science and that he is engaged in a history of linguistics before there was a linguistics. Similar views have been widely voiced. By a generative grammar I mean a description of the tacit competence of the speaker hearer that underlies his actual performance in production and perception, understanding, of speech. A generative grammar, ideally, specifies a pairing of phonetic and semantic representations over an infinite range. It thus constitutes a hypothesis as to how the speaker-hearer interprets utterances, abstracting away from many factors that interweave with tacit competence to determine actual performance. For recent discussion, see Katz and Postel, An Integrated Theory of Linguistic Descriptions, Cambridge, MIT Press, 1964, Chomsky, Current Issues in Linguistic Theory, The Hague, Mouton, 1964, Aspects of the Theory of Syntax, Cambridge, MIT Press, 1965. Terminology related to competence includes core grammar, Chomsky, 1981. The distinction between competence and performance can be seen as a distinction between language and its use. It appears in Chomsky's work in various forms. The literature is enormous. Restricting the list to a few of Chomsky's representative works alone, see Chomsky 1975a, 1980, 1981, 1986, 1988a, 1995, and 2000. Among these, 1975a, 1980, 1988a, and 2000 are more accessible to general audiences than the others. For useful additional discussion, see Smith 1999, 3. Nor should it be assumed that the various contributors to what I will call Cartesian linguistics necessarily regarded themselves as constituting a single tradition. This is surely not true. With a construct Cartesian linguistics, I want to characterize a constellation of ideas and interests that appear in the tradition of universal or philosophical grammar, which develops from the Port Royal Grammaire Generale Lettressanie, 1660, in the general linguistics that developed during the Romantic period and its immediate aftermath, and in the rationalist philosophy of mind that in part forms a common background for the two. That universal grammar has Cartesian origins has a commonplace. Saint-Beuve, for example, refers to the Port Royal theory of grammar as a branch of Cartesianism that Descartes himself had not developed. Port Royal, Volume 3, 1860, p. 539. An association of the general linguistics of the Romantic period to this complex is less immediately obvious, but I will try to show, nevertheless, that some of its central features, and, furthermore, those which seem to me to constitute its most valuable contribution, can be related to Cartesian antecedents. By discussing Romantic theories of language and mind within this framework, I am forced to exclude other important and characteristic aspects of these theories, for example, the organism that was, rightly or wrongly, taken to be a reaction against Cartesian mechanism. In general, it must be emphasized that my concern here is not with the transmission of certain ideas and doctrines, but with their content and, ultimately, their contemporary significance. A study of this sort could profitably be developed as part of a more general investigation of Cartesian linguistics as contrasted with a set of doctrines and assumptions that might be referred to as empiricist linguistics and illustrated by modern structural and taxonomic linguistics as well as by parallel developments in modern psychology and philosophy. I will not attempt to develop this distinction any more fully or clearly here, however, for it should be borne in mind that we are dealing with a period that antedates the divergence of linguistics, philosophy, and psychology. The insistence of each of. Notes to pages 59 to 60. 119. These disciplines on emancipating itself from any contamination by the others is a peculiarly modern phenomenon. Again, current work in generative grammar returns to an earlier point of view, in this case, with respect to the place of linguistics among other studies. 5. He leaves open, as beyond the limitations of human reason, the question whether the explanatory hypotheses that he proposes are the correct ones in any absolute sense, limiting himself to the claim that they are adequate, though obviously not uniquely so. Cf. Principles of Philosophy, pt. 4. Art. Sif. The context of this discussion of the limits of mechanical explanation must be kept clearly in mind. The issue is not the existence of mind, as a substance whose essence is thinking. To Descartes, this is obvious from introspection, more easily demonstrated, in fact, than the existence of body. What is at stake is the existence of other minds. This can be established only through indirect evidence of the sort that Descartes and his followers cite. These attempts to prove the existence of other minds were not too convincing to contemporary opinion. Pierre Bayle, for example, characterizes the presumed inability of the Cartesians to prove the existence of other minds as perhaps the weakest side of Cartesianism. Art. Barrerius, in Bayle's Dictionnaire historique et critique, 1697, Historical and Critical Dictionary, Trans. R. Popkine, Indianapolis, Bobbs Merrill, 1965, p. 231. 6. Discourse on the Method, pt. v. In the Philosophical Writings of Descartes, Trans. J. Cottingham, R. Stutoff and D. Murdoch, 2 vols. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1984-5, abbreviated CSMI, CSM2. In general, I will use English translations where these in the original are readily available and will cite the original otherwise, if available to me. In citing original sources, I will occasionally regularize spelling and punctuation slightly. 7. For some recent views and evidence on this question, C. E. H. Lenneberg, A Biological Perspective of Language, in New Directions in the Study of Language, ed. E. H. Lenneberg, Cambridge, MIT Press, 1964. The literature is now massive. For a popular discussion of some issues, see Pinker 1995. Pinker and Chomsky do not, however, agree on the issue of the evolution of language. Jenkins 2000 has a clear and general but more technical discussion of some of Chomsky's views on the topic. In a related vein, Chomsky often now refers to formal work on morphogenesis by Alan Turing and Darcy Thompson, and has suggested, speculatively at this stage, that perhaps language evolved as a consequence of what happens to physical and biological processes when placed in a specific and complex form of organism. This is not evolution as popularly conceived, where it is supposed that evolution amounts to some kind of natural selection that yields reproductive advantages. This usual conception of evolution is generally assumed to require many millennia in order to produce a complex system. It also bears a remarkable resemblance to behaviorism, a fact noted by Skinner. It may not even be Darwinian. Often, it assumes a Lamarckian cast. Recent linguistic work within the Minimalist Project, post-1990s, has opened up the possibility that language, specifically, competence, or what is now seen as a narrow conception of language, FLN, the faculty of language, narrow, that focuses on the linguistic core, also narrow syntax, is in fact very simple, amounting perhaps to nothing more than recursion or the operation merge. This also makes the introduction of language at a single step a realistic possibility. Assuming that what happens with regard to the production of sounds or the interpretation of semantic features is 120. Note to page 60. Already in place, it would be enough if a single mutation took place in a single member of the species Homo, where that mutation introduced merge and was genetically transmissible. Having recursion allows for n-word sentences, more interestingly, n-concept meanings, offering extraordinary advantages to members of the group that had the relevant genes. The introduction of language at a single step also makes sense of the fact that sometime between 50 and 100,000 years ago, humans began to develop art and religion, a form of explanation, after all, organized themselves into different forms of social system, observe the stars and seasons, develop agriculture, and so on. The Great Migration from Africa began about this time too. This all makes sense if it was during this period that language came to be introduced, a period that is very short in evolutionary time. 8. Obviously, the properties of being unbounded and being stimulus-free are independent. An automaton may have only two responses that are produced randomly. A tape recorder or a person whose knowledge of a language extends only to the ability to take dictation has an unbounded output that is not stimulus-free in the intended sense. Animal behavior is typically regarded by the Cartesians as unbounded, but not stimulus-free, and hence not creative in the sense of human speech. Cf. for example, François Bayle, The General System of the Cartesian Philosophy, 1669, English translation 1670, p. 63, and because there may be an infinite variety in the impressions made by the objects upon the senses, there may also be an innumerable variety in the determination of the spirits to flow into the muscles, and by consequence, an infinite variety in the motions of animals, and that the more, because there is a greater variety of parts, and more contrivance and art in the structure. The unboundedness of human speech, as an expression of limitless thought, is an entirely different matter, because of the freedom from stimulus control and the appropriateness to new situations. It is important to distinguish appropriateness of behavior to situations from control of behavior by stimuli. The latter is characteristic of automata. It is the former that is held to be beyond the bounds of mechanical explanation, in its full human variety. Modern studies of animal communication so far offer no counter-evidence to the Cartesian assumption that human language is based on an entirely distinct principle. Each known animal communication system either consists of a fixed number of signals, each associated with a specific range of eliciting conditions or internal states, or a fixed number of linguistic dimensions, each associated with a non-linguistic dimension in the sense that selection of a point along one indicates a corresponding point along the other. In neither case is there any significant similarity to human language. Human and animal communication fall together only at a level of generality that includes almost all other behavior as well. Studies since 1966 continue to indicate that there is no counter-evidence. Studies also show that unless humans are given at least a minimal amount of experience of the relevant kind, hearing or seeing language spoken or signed by others, for example, before a certain critical stage, they cannot acquire full linguistic competence. See, among others, the study of Genie and Curtis 1976. The ed. emphasize the special status of appropriateness in the creative aspect of language use in the new introduction to this third edition. Recursion can make sense of innovation or the unbounded characteristics of language, and, at a stretch, a randomizing element could deal with stimulus freedom. So a computer program might allow for. Note to page 60. 121. Both. But there is no obvious way to make sense of appropriateness while meeting the other two. It has proven impossible so far, and may always prove so, to meet all three conditions of being linguistically creative. 9. In general, then, although machines can perform certain things as well as or perhaps better than any of us can do, they infallibly fall short in others, by the which means we may discover that they did not act from knowledge, but only from the disposition of their organs. There are, then, two very certain tests by which we can determine whether a device is really human, the one provided by the creative aspect of language use, the other by the diversity of human action. It is virtually impossible, in the Haldane-Ross translation, morally impossible, that there should be sufficient diversity in any machine to allow it to act in all the events of life in the same way as a reason causes us to act. In taking this position, Descartes expands on his conception of the cognitive power as a faculty which is not purely passive and which is properly called native intelligence, ingenium, when it forms new ideas in the corporeal imagination, or concentrates on those already formed. acting in a way that is not completely under the control of sense or imagination or memory, rules for the direction of the mind. 1628, CSMI, 42. Still earlier, Descartes remarks that their high degree of perfection displayed in some of their actions makes us suspect that animals do not have free will. Olympian Matters c. 1620, CSMI, 5. The idea that the cognitive power is properly called mind only when it is in some sense creative has earlier origins. One source that might well have been familiar to Descartes is one Hart's Examiner Ingenios, 1575, which was widely translated and circulated. I quote from the English translation by Bellamy, 1698. Harty understands the word ingenio to have the root meaning engender, generate. He relates it is to gigno, genero, in genero, p. 2. Thus one may discover two generative powers in man, one common with the beasts and plants, and the other participating of spiritual substances, God and the angels, p. 3. Wit, ingenio, is a generative power. The understanding is a generative faculty, p. 3. As distinct from divine genius, the human rational soul and spiritual substances do not have sufficient force and power in their generation to give real being to what they engender, but only to produce an accident in the memory, an idea and image of what we know and understand that must be given concrete existence by work and art, pages 45. Similarly, the arts and sciences are a sort of images and figures, begotten by men's minds in their memory, which represent to the life the posture and natural composition of the subject relating to the intended science, p. 6. One who learns some subject must engender within himself an entire and true figure that represents its principles and structure, p. 6. Truly active minds will be such that, assisted by the subject only, they will, without the help of anybody, produce 1,000 conceits they never heard spoke of, p. 7. The empiricist maxim, that there is nothing in the understanding but what has passed through the sense, attributed to Aristotle, applies only to docile wits that lack this capacity. Although the perfect wit is only an ideal case, yet it must be granted, we have observed many persons approach very near it, inventing and saying such things as they never heard from their masters, nor any mouth, p. 16. There is even a third kind of wit by means of which some have, without art or study, spoke such subtle and surprising things, and yet true, that were never before seen, heard, or writ, no, nor ever so much as thought of, and which may involve a mixture of madness, p. 17. These three types of wit involve the memory. 122 notes to pages 60 to 61. Understanding and imagination, respectively. In general, all man's honor and nobility, as Cicero observed, consists in his being favored with, and having an eloquent tongue. As wit is the ornament of a man, so eloquence is the light and beauty of wit. In this alone he distinguishes himself from the brutes, and approaches near to God, as being the greatest glory which is possible to be obtained in nature, p. 22. The most severe disability of wit, under which men differ not at all from brute beasts, is the disability, which very much resembles that of eunuchs, unable for generation, that prevents the rational faculty from arriving at the first principles of all arts implanted in the scholar's mind, before he begin to learn, for which the wit can give no other proofs of itself, than to receive them as things already known, and if he be not able to form an idea of them in his mind, we may strongly conclude him wholly incapable of the sciences. In this case, neither the lash of the rod, nor his cries, nor method, nor examples, nor time, nor experience, nor anything in nature can sufficiently excite him to bring forth anything, pages 27 to 28. C. K. Gunderson, Descartes, La Métrie, Language and Machines, Philosophy 39, 1964, pages 193 to 222, for an interesting discussion of Descartes' arguments as related to contemporary discussions of intelligence of automata. For general background on the development and critique of Descartes' theory of the extent and limits of mechanical explanation, see Rosenfield, Op. Cit. and H. Kirkine, Les origines de la conception moderne de l'homme machine, Annales Academiae Scientiarum Fennici, Sir. B. Volume 22, Helsinki, 1961. 10 translated, in part, in H. A. R. The Philosophy of Descartes, New York, Holt, 1892, pages 281 to 284. The translation that appears here, and in all subsequent quotations from Descartes' correspondence, is from the Philosophical Writings of Descartes, Volume 3, The Correspondence, Trans. J. Cottingham, R. Stutoff, D. Murdoch and A. Kenny, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1991, abbreviated CSMK, 11. That is, by conditioning. When animals are taught by art, their actions are produced with reference to a passion, in the sense that this behavior is associated with a stir of expectation of something to eat all the emotions of their fear, their hope, or their joy that constitute the original contingency for the teaching. Descartes is therefore pointing out that, just as in its normal use verbal behavior is free of identifiable external stimuli or internal physiological states, so it is evidently not developed in the individual by conditioning. He does not elaborate on this, regarding it perhaps as too obvious to merit discussion. It is noteworthy that modern behaviorist speculation about human learning denies these truisms. For some discussion, see Chomsky, Review of Skinner, Verbal Behavior, Language 35, 1935, pages 26 to 58. Aspects of the Theory of Syntax, Chap. I, Section 8, J. Katz, Philosophy of Language, New York, Harper and Row, 1966, J. Fodor, Could Meaning Be an RM Journal of Verbal Learning and Verbal Behavior for, 1965, pages 73 to 81. For useful contemporary discussion of organisms' modular learning and its explanation, see Gallistel 1990, 2002. Chomsky has in recent years referred approvingly to Gallistel's work. For a fascinating study of linguistic modularity in a polyglot savant, see Smith and Simply 1995, 12 for Descartes. More correspondence, insofar as it relates to animal automatism, is translated in full by L. C. Rosenfield, L. Cohen, in the Annals of Science 1, 1936, and in CSMK. Notes to pages 61 to 65. 123. 13. Descartes goes on to explain that he does not deny to animals life or sensation or even feeling, insofar as it depends only on the bodily organs. 14. Discours Physique de l'Imparole, 1666. Page references are to the second edition, 1677. There is an English translation, dated 1668. Rosenfield remarks that Cordemai develops Descartes' argument involving lack of true speech among animals so fully that after him the point was given very little attention, as if subsequent authors considered this the last word on the subject. From Beast Machine to Man Machine, p. 40. 15. There is no problem, for Cordemai, as for Descartes, in determining whether he himself possesses a soul, since it is evident to him, by introspection, that certain thoughts always accompany in me most of the movements of my organs, p. 3. 16. Lametry, Wilhelm Machine, 1747. A critical edition with notes and background material is Lametry's Wilhelm Machine, a study in the origins of an idea, ed. A. Bartanian, Princeton University Press, 1960. The translations given here are from Lametry 1996, but reference is also given to the translation in Manet. Machine, La Salle, Ill, Open Court, 1953, abbreviated MAM, which contains their French text. 17 Pour G. H. Beauchamp, Amusement philosophique sur le langage des bestes, 1739. 18 This is not to deny that the method of explanation suggested by La Mettrie may be in principle correct. What concerns me here is not the adequacy of the proposed explanations of Descartes and others, but the observations on human language that elicited these attempts. The prospect of being unable ever to scientifically explain the creative aspect of language use plays an important role in Chomsky's post-1966 discussions, where it illustrates general claims about their biological limitations of human intelligence. See the editor's introduction for discussion and references. 19 G. Ryle, The Concept of Mind, London, Hutchinson, 1949. C. J. Fodor, Is Psychology Possible? Chap. I of Psychological Explanation, New York, Random House, 1968, for a critique of the views of Ryle and others regarding psychological explanation. 20 These are described in terms of powers, propensities, and dispositions, which are characterized only through scattered examples. These constitute a new myth as mysterious and poorly understood as Descartes' mental substance. 21 Liters. Bloomfield, Language, New York, Holt, 1933, p. 275. When a speaker produces speech forms that he has not heard, we say that he utters them on the analogy of similar forms which he has heard. For Bloomfield, human language differs from animal communication systems in no fundamental way, but only by its great differentiation. Otherwise, its function is similar. Man utters many kinds of vocal noise and makes use of the variety. Under certain types of stimuli he produces certain vocal sounds, and his fellows, hearing these same sounds, make the appropriate response. p. 27. He holds that language is a matter of training and habit. p. 34, and that with careful statistical investigation we should doubtless be able to foretell how many times any given utterance would be spoken within a fixed number of days. p. 37, a conclusion that is certainly correct, since for almost all normal utterances the predicted number would be 0. 22 C. F. Hockett, A Course in Modern Linguistics, New York, Macmillan, 1958, Section 36, p. 50. He remarks that it has been said that whenever a person speaks, he is either mimicking or analogizing, and he accepts this view, stating that when we hear a 124 notes to pages 65 to 67. Fairly long and involved utterance which is evidently not a direct quotation, we can be reasonably certain that analogy is at work. p. 425. Among modern linguists, Hockett is unusual in that he has at least noticed that a problem exists. In discussing innovation, Hockett seems to imply that novel expressions can be understood only through reference to context. p. 303. In fact, failure to consider the linguistic mechanisms that determine the meaning of the ordinary, generally quite novel sentences of everyday life is typical of modern linguistics. 23 Modern discussions of the difference between human language and animal communication systems occasionally recapture some of the Cartesian insights. See, for example, L. Carmichael, The Early Growth of Language Capacity in the Individual, in New Directions in the Study of Language, ed. E. H. Lenneberg. 24 J. G. Herder, Abhandlung über den Ursprung des Sprach, 1772. This is now available in part, in Herder's Sprachphilosophie, ed. E. Heintel, Hamburg, Felix May in a Verlag, 1960, pages 1 to 87. Page references are to this volume. Translations from this work are by Susan Judith Hoffman. References remain as they were in the original edition. There is a modern translation of the work in Herder 1966. 25. This is true as well of the development of language in the individual. Study of the origin of language is essentially a study of the essence of language in this period, and the growth of language in the individual and its growth in the nation are often taken to be parallel in their general characteristics. Cf. A. W. Schlegel, Die Kunstlehre, 1801, Stuttgart, W. Column of Verlag, 1963, p. 234, in The Discovery of Language by Children, that which takes place in the invention of language by the human race in general finds itself ever repeated, albeit in fainter traces. In general, in the acquisition of language, we find the same ability at work, which is present in the invention of language, in a higher degree, p. 235. Under the influence of Humboldt, H. Stenthail goes even further and states, there is no distinction between the primordial creation of language and its daily recreation. Grammatik, Logik and Psychology. Berlin, 1855, p. 232. 26. Discourse on the Method, CSMI, 140. 27. Descartes does not restrict language to purely intellectual function in a narrow sense. See, for example, Principles of Philosophy, pt. 4, Art. 197, CSMI, 284. For we see that spoken or written words excite all sorts of thoughts and emotions in our minds. With the same paper, pen and ink, if the tip of the pen is pushed across the paper in a certain way, it will form letters which excite in the mind of the reader thoughts of battles, storms and violence, and emotions of indignation and sorrow. But if the movements of the pen are just slightly different, they will produce quite different thoughts of tranquility, peace and pleasure, and quite opposite emotions of love and joy. 28. Treatise the Third, Concerning Happiness, a Dialogue, 1741. In Harris's Works, ed. The Earl of Malmesbury, London, F. Wingrove, 1801, Volume I, p. 94. 29. In this discussion, Harris appears to be making the gratuitous assumption, typical of the modern variants of this doctrine, that, since man is capable of infinite directions, he is therefore completely plastic, that is, the assumption that innate factors govern his intellectual development only marginally, if at all. Obviously, this further assumption has no connection to the observation regarding freedom from the control of instinct and drives and regarding the infinite range of potential skill and knowledge. With this independent assumption, Harris is, of course, very much outside of the framework of Cartesian thought. Notes to pages 67 to 68. 125. Elsewhere, Harris expresses himself in a manner which is susceptible to a rather different interpretation. In discussing the interplay between creative genius and rule, Philological Inquiries, 1780, in Works, Volume 2, he rejects the view that geniuses are prior to systems, were prior also to rules, for example, the unities of time and place, in the theory of drama, because rules from the beginning existed in their own minds, and were a part of that immutable truth, which is eternal and everywhere, p. 409. Genius and rules are so reciprocally connected, that 'tis genius which discovers rules, these being implicit in the mind, and then rules, which govern genius. 31 would not refer to an act as creative simply on the basis of its novelty and independence of identifiable drives or stimuli. Hence the term creative aspect of language use is not entirely appropriate, without qualification, as a designation for the property of ordinary language that concerned Descartes and core demi. It is interesting, in this connection, to note that Galileo described the discovery of a means to communicate one's most secret thoughts to any other person. with no greater difficulty than the various collocations of 24 little characters upon a paper as the greatest of all human inventions, comparable with the creations of a Michelangelo, a Raphael, or a Titian. Dialogue on the Great World Systems, 1630, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1953, pages 116 to 117. I am indebted for this reference to E. H. Gombrich. Compare the reference in the Grammaire Generale Lettres to this marvelous invention of composing from 25 or 30 sounds an infinite variety of words, which although not having any resemblance in themselves to that which passes through our minds, nevertheless do not fail to reveal all of the secrets of the mind, and to make intelligible to others who cannot penetrate into the mind all that we conceive and all of the diverse movements of our souls. p. 27, prg. 65 to 66. Translations of passages in the Port Royal Grammar here, and subsequently, are from Arnold and Lancelot 1975, abbreviated prg. 31 cf. Note 25. References are to pages 233 to 234 of the edition cited there, which is volume 2 of a collection of Kritische Schriften und Briefe. Translations of Chomsky's quotations from the works of A.W. Schlegel, and of one quotation from the work of F. Schlegel, are by Susan Judith Hoffman. References remain as they were in the original edition. 32 Brief über Poesie, Silbenmaß und Sprache, 1795. In Sprache und Poetik, Volume I of Kritische Schriften und Briefe, Stuttgart, W. Column of Verlag, 1962, p. 152. 33. The natural media of art are ways, Handlungen, for human beings to outwardly manifest what is inward. Die Künstler, p. 230. The only such means are words, sounds, gestures. Therefore it is natural for Schlegel to conclude that language itself is a primordial art form and that it is, further, from its inception onward the primordial substance of poetry. p. 232. 34 for Schlegel, Die Künstler, p. 225. Art is a boundless thought, its purpose, that is, the direction of its striving can surely be indicated in general terms, but what it can and ought to achieve over the course of time no concept of the understanding can grasp because it is infinite. The passage that is paraphrased in the text then continues as follows. In poetry the expressive potentiality that is found in the arts is found to an even higher degree. Since other arts do after all have in light of their restricted medium or means of representation. Darstellung, a determinate sphere of activity that could allow itself to be circumscribed to some. 126 notes to page 69. Degree. The medium of poetry is precisely the medium through which the human spirit awakens to itself at all, and through which it fastens onto its presentations, Vorstellungen, in arbitrary associations and expressions, that is, language. Poetry is therefore not even bound to objects, it rather makes its own object for itself. It is the most comprehensive of all the arts and is, as it were, the omnipresent universal spirit in them. That which, in the representations of the remaining arts raises us up out of everyday reality into a world of fantasy, is called the poetical element. Poetry therefore designates in this general sense artistic invention, the wondrous act whereby it enriches nature, as its name asserts, it is a true creation and bringing forth. Every outward material representation is preceded by an idea in the mind of the artist in which language always comes into play as the mediator of awareness. Consequently one can say that they always emerge from the womb of poetry. Language is not a product of nature, rather it is an imprint, abstract, of the human mind which exhibits the emergence and connections of its presentations as well as the operating mechanism of the human mind. Thus in poetry what has already taken shape is given shape again, and its plasticity is just as limitless as spirit's ability to turn back on itself in reflections of ever-increasing potentialities. 35. For further discussion of the character, sources, and general development of Romantic aesthetic theory, see M. H. Abrams, The Mirror and the Lamp, Oxford University Press, 1953. There is some discussion of the philosophy of language of Romanticism in the first volume of E. Cassirer, Philosophie der symbolischen Formen, 1923, Drans. The Philosophy of Symbolic Forms, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1953. See also E. Fiesel, Die Sprachphilosophie der Deutschen Romantik, Tübingen, J. C. B. Moore, 1927. 36. In particular, in his Über die Verschiedenheit des menschlichen Spraches, published posthumously in 1836. A facsimile edition appeared in 1960, F. Bonn, Daimler's Verlag. Page references here after this edition. Parts are translated into English in M. Cowan, Humanist Without Portfolio, Detroit, Wayne State University Press, 1963. A full translation and commentary are in preparation by J. Vietel. Backgrounds of the Humboldt's linguistic theories are discussed in R. L. Brown, Some Sources and Aspects of Wilhelm von Humboldt's Conception of Linguistic Relativity, unpublished University of Illinois Doctoral Dissertation, 1964. Most of the translations in this edition are by Susan Judith Hoffman, but some are P. L. Heath's translations in Humboldt 1999. Bloomfield refers to Humboldt's treatise as the first great book on general linguistics, language, p. 18. Considered against the background that we are surveying here, it seems to mark the terminal point of the development of Cartesian linguistics rather than the beginning of a new era of linguistic thought. See Chomsky, Current Issues in Linguistic Theory, for some discussion of Humboldtian general linguistics, its relation to the work of the following century, and its re-emergence in contemporary studies of language and cognition. 37. The German translations are Humboldt's. These concepts of Humboldt's do not seem to me to be entirely clear, and I will focus attention here on one aspect of them. That a single consistent interpretation of these notions is clearly determined by the text is not obvious. Despite this qualification, it seems safe to conclude that what will be outlined here is at least one of the central strands in Humboldt's thought. I am indebted to J. Vietel for many observations and suggestions regarding the interpretation of the text. 38. For Humboldt, to speak of a word in a language as articulated is to refer it to the system of underlying elements from which it is constructed. Elements that could be used to form infinitely many other words according to definite intuitions and rules. It. Notes to pages 69 to 72. 127. Is in this sense that a word is an articulated object, grasped, in perception, by the exercise of the human power of speech rather than by some process analogous simply to animal sensory capacity. C.P. 71. But now what articulation adds to the mere revocation of its meaning, Bedeutung, that is, of the meaning of a perceived word, is that it presents the word directly through its form as a part of an unbounded whole, the language. For even in single words, it is by means of this that we are given the possibility of constructing, from the elements of the language, a truly indefinite number of other words according to specific intuitions and rules, and thereby to establish among all words an affinity corresponding to the affinity of concepts. Humboldt 1999, 57 to 58, with modifications. He then clarifies his meaning further, pointing out that it is only the generative processes that are grasped by the mind, and that language cannot be regarded as a material that sits there, surveyable in its totality, or communicable little by little, but must be seen as something that eternally produces itself, where the laws of production are determined, but the scope and even to some extent the nature of the product remain totally unspecified. Humboldt 1999, 58. Compare A.W. Schlegel's definition of articulation, Kunstler, p. 239. The articulation, the articulated moments of discourse, as it were, consists in arbitrary deliberate movements of the organ and therefore corresponds to similar spiritual activities. He points out that articulated language is different in kind from animal cries or expressions of emotion, that it cannot be approached by a series of crude imitations but requires a new principle. See also note 30. 39 see pages 58 to 59. The constant and uniform element in this mental labor of elevating articulated sound to an expression of thought, when viewed in its fullest possible comprehension and systematically presented, constitutes the form of language. Humboldt 1999, 50. It seems to me that Humboldt's form of language is essentially what would in current terminology be called the generative grammar of a language, in the broadest sense in which this term has been used. See note 2 and p. 83 below. 40 for example, the lingua franca of the Mediterranean coast, or, we may add, animal communication systems or language games of the sort referred to by Beauchamp, Bloomfield, Wittgenstein, and many others, and proposed by them as typical and paradigmatic, as the primitive forms of language. 41. In identifying a particular state of a language as an object of description with psychological reality, we depart from Humboldt, who is extremely unclear about the relation of synchronic to diachronic description. 42. In his Hermes, Harris perhaps comes closest to the Humboldtian conception of form in a citation from Ammonius, which relates motion to dance, timber to a door, and the power of producing a vocal sound, as the material basis for speech, to that of explaining ourselves by nouns, or verbs, as its form, which derives from man's unique soul as the material basis derives from nature. Cf. Harris, Works, Volume I, p. 393, footnote. Elsewhere, in another connection, Harris discusses a conception of form that is much richer, however. In his Philosophical Arrangements, 1775, Works, Volume 2, he develops the notion of form as animating principle. The animating form of a natural body is neither its organization, nor its figure, nor any other of these inferior. 128 notes to page 72. Forms, which make up the system of its visible qualities, but 'tis the power, which, not being that organization, nor that figure, nor those qualities, is yet able to produce, to preserve, and to employ them. p. 59. 43 Lectures on Dramatic Art and Literature, 1808, translated by John Black, p. 340 of the second edition, London, George Bell and Sons, 1892. 44 Lectures and Notes of 1818, in T. Ash, ed. Lectures and Notes on Shakespeare and Other English Poets, London, George Bell and Sons, 1893, p. 229. Some of Coleridge's comments on the nature of mind foreshadow Humboldt's observations on language in their emphasis on the diversity of creative potential within the bounds of finite rules. In the same lecture he denies that genius must be opposed to rule, again paraphrasing Schlegel, cf. Also note 29, and argues that no work of true genius dares want its appropriate, organic, form. As it must not, so genius cannot be lawless, for it is even this that constitutes its genius, the power of acting creatively under laws of its own origination. Elsewhere, he states that the mind does not resemble an aeolian harp, nor even a barrel organ turned by a stream of water. Conceive as many tunes mechanized in it as you like, but rather as far as objects are concerned a violin or other instrument of few strings yet vast compass, played on by a musician of genius, quoted by R. Wellock, Canton, England, Princeton University Press, 1931, p. 82. For much additional relevant material, see Abrams, The mirror and the lamp. 45. It should be noted that this topic does not seem to have been raised in any explicit way in the Schlegel-Humboldt correspondence. C. Leitzmann, ed. Briefexels Wissen W. von Humboldt and W. Schlegel, 1908. This correspondence contains much discussion of organic and mechanical form, but in a different connection, namely, with reference to the relation between inflection and agglutination as linguistic processes, a topic that is also developed at length in Humboldt's Über die Verschiedenheit des menschlichen Spraches. The question of how the form of language arises from and determines individual creative acts is a not uncommon one during this period. Cf., for example, Coleridge, What a Magnificent History of Acts of Individual Minds, sanctioned by the collective mind of the country languages. A chaos grinding itself into compatibility. Quoted in A. D. Snyder, Coleridge on Logic and Learning, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1929, p. 138. 46. The significance and origins of this notion are described in R. Berthelot, Science et Philosophie chez Goethe, Paris, F. Alkan, 1932, and R. Magnus, Goethe als Natur Fischer, Leipzig, Bath, 1906, Drans. H. Norton, Goethe as a Scientist, New York, 1949. As is well known, the concept of organic form develops in biology, as well as in philosophy and criticism, during the period that we are now reviewing. Compare, for example, Schlegel's notion of organic form with Blumenbach's concept of Bildungsstrom in biology, namely, the concept of a living, generative, formative principle internal to an organism that determines its ontogenesis and leads it from germ to adult, cf. Berthelot, p. 42. He states that this influenced Kant's similar formulations in the Critique of Judgment. Berthelot characterizes Schelling's nature philosophy as conceiving of nature as a dynamic qualitative transformation producing new forms irreducible to previous ones by the action of a spontaneous, internal, primitively unconscious activity, p. 40. Many other references might be given to illustrate the parallel and interplay. These matters? Notes to pages 72 to 74. 129. Are discussed in various places, for example, A. O. Lovejoy, The Great Chain of Being, New York, Harper and Row, 1936, and Abrams, The Mirror and the Lamp. For further background and many references, see E. Mendelssohn, The Biological Sciences in the 19th Century, Some Problems and Sources, History of Science 3, 1964, pages 39 to 59. 47. Quoted in Magnus, Goethe als Natur Fischer, p. 59. In The Great Chain of Being, Lovejoy traces the idea of a logical urbil to J.B. Robinet's De la Nature, 1761 to 1768. He quotes Robinet, p. 279, as defining the notion prototype as an intellectual principle that changes only insofar as it realizes itself in matter. This notion Robinet then elaborated with respect to all animate and even inanimate nature. 48. The title of Humboldt's major work should not lead one to assume that he would be sympathetic to the view that each language is the unique historical product that may, in principle, have any imaginable structure. This view, in one form or another, has been expressed by many post-Humboldtian linguists. To mention just the temporal extremes, it can be illustrated by W. D. Whitney's Critique of Humboldtian Linguistics, Stenthilen, The Psychological Theory of Language, North American Review, 1872, reprinted in Oriental and Linguistic Studies, New York, Scribner, Armstrong, 1874, in which he concludes that the infinite diversity of human speech ought alone to be a sufficient bar to the assertion that an understanding of the powers of the soul involves the explanation of speech. Oriental and Linguistic Studies, p. 360, and that language is strictly a historical product, nothing other than the sum of words and phrases by which any man expresses his thought. p. 372, or M. Dewey's summary of what he calls the Boasian tradition of American linguistics as adopting the view that languages could differ from each other without limit and in unpredictable ways. M. Dewey, ed. Readings in Linguistics, Washington, American Council of Learned Societies, 1957, p. 96. Humboldt, in contrast, repeatedly expresses his opinion that, in their general structural features, languages are cast to the same mold. It seems to me that he is consistent in adopting the position that he expresses clearly. In a letter to A.W. Schlegel, 1822, cf. Lietzmann, Briefselswissen W. von Humboldt and A.W. Schlegel, p. 54, that all languages, in terms of grammar, look quite similar to each other is indisputable, if one investigates their inner workings profoundly, rather than superficially. Furthermore, this is clearly the only view compatible with his Platonistic theory of language acquisition, cf. pages 101 to 102 below. See Chomsky, Current Issues in Linguistic Theory, for some further discussion of the historical importance of Whitney's influential but, in my opinion, utterly wrong-headed and superficial critique. 49 as emphasized by H. Stenthal in his Gedächtnisrede auf Humboldt in seinem 100-jährigen Geburtstag, Berlin, 1867. 50 R. Rocker, Nationalism and Culture, Trans. R. E. Chase, London, Freedom Press 1937. This judgment is based largely on Humboldt's early essay Ideen zu einem Versuch die Grenzen der Wirksamkeit des Staats zu bestimmen, 1792. Parts of this are translated in Cowan, Humanist Without Portfolio, pages 37 to 64. 51 The political meaning of a natural rights doctrine such as Humboldt's depends very much on the exact way in which it is phrased and the social context in which it appears, and an evaluation of these questions, in the present case, raises many problems. The terms in which Humboldt frames this doctrine suggest a comparison with Marx's Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts, 1844, trans. T. B. Baltimore. 113 note to page 74. In Marx's Concept of Man, ed. E. From New York, Enger, 1961, with a description of the alienation of labor when work is external to the worker, not part of his nature, so that he does not fulfill himself in his work but denies himself, and is physically exhausted and mentally debased, p. 98, and their definition of the species character of human beings as free, conscious activity and productive life, p. 101, of which man is deprived by the alienated labor that casts some of the workers back into a barbarous kind of work and turns others into machines, p. 97, as well as with Marx's well-known reference to a higher form of society in which labor has become not only a means of life, but also the highest want in life, Critique of the Gotha Program, 1875. Humboldt's remarks might be compared with Rousseau's critique of modern social institutions in the Discourse on the Origins and Foundations of Inequality Among Men, 1755, translated in the first and second discourses, ed. R. D. Masters, New York, St. Martin's, 1964. Rousseau's goal is to set forth the origin and progress of inequality, the establishment and abuse of political societies, insofar as these things can be deduced from the nature of man by the light of reason alone, and independently of the sacred dogmas which give to sovereign authority the sanction of divine right, p. 180. Along strictly Cartesian lines, he characterizes an animal as only an ingenious machine to which nature has given senses in order to revitalize itself and guarantee itself, to a certain point, from all that tends to destroy or upset it. Every animal has ideas, since it has senses. It even combines its ideas up to a certain point, and in this regard man differs from a beast only in degree. Cf. Note 13. What distinguishes man from beast in an absolute way is that man is a free agent and has the consciousness of this freedom. A further specific difference, perhaps reducible to man's freedom, is his faculty of self-perfection, as an individual and a species. Although much in man's nature can be attributed to properties of the human machine, still man's behavior is uniquely beyond the bounds of physical explanation, for physics explains in some way the mechanism of the senses and the formation of ideas, but in the power of willing, or rather of choosing, and in the sentiment of this power are found only spiritual acts about which the laws of mechanics explain nothing. pp. 113f. From this essentially Cartesian picture of human nature, Rousseau develops his theory and evaluation of modern society. Since freedom is the most noble of man's faculties, one is degrading one's nature, putting oneself on the level of beasts enslaved by instinct by renouncing freedom and subjecting oneself to the dictates of a ferocious or insane master. p. 167. The national state, modern social organization, and conventional law all originate in a kind of conspiracy by the rich and powerful to preserve and institutionalize power and property, a conspiracy that gave new fetters to the weak and new forces to the rich, destroyed natural freedom for all time, established forever the law of property and inequality, changed a clever usurpation into the irrevocable right, and for the profit of a few ambitious men henceforth subjected the whole human race to work, servitude, and misery. Finally, with the establishment of the national state, the most decent men learned to consider it one of their duties to murder their fellow men. At length men were seen to massacre each other by the thousands without knowing why. Pages 160 to 161. In so far as society institutionalizes property rights, magistracy, and arbitrary power, it violates natural law. pp. 168 ff. It is contrary to natural right and against the law of. Notes to pages 74 to 76. 131. Nature that a handful of men be glutted with superfluities while the starving multitude lacks necessities. p. 181, or that each man finds his profit in the misfortune of others. p. 194, and the jurists, who have gravely pronounced that the child of a slave would be born a slave, have decided in other terms that a man would not be born a man. p. 168. Man has become mere sociable man, living outside of himself and only in the opinion of others, from whose judgment alone he draws the sentiment of his existence. p. 179. He can regain true humanity only by abolishing the status of rich and poor, powerful and weak, master and slave, by new revolutions that will dissolve the government altogether or bring it closer to its legitimate institution. p. 172. The uprising that ends by strangling or dethroning a sultan is as lawful an act as those by which he disposed, the day before, of the lives and goods of his subjects. p. 177. Chomsky expands upon his discussion of Rousseau and Humboldt in Language and Freedom, originally published in 1970. An accessible reprint is found in Chomsky 1987, 52 n. S. Trubetskoy, La Phrenologie Actuelle, Psychologie de Langage, Paris, 1933, p. 245. 53. This notion seems to have developed in connection with the controversy over use of the vernacular to replace Latin. Cf. F. Brunot, Histoire de la langue française, Paris. Librairie Armand Collin, 1924, Volume 4, pp. 1104 f. and G. Salin, Caesar chess du Marseillais et son rôle dans l'évolution de la grammaire générale, Paris, Presses Universitaires, 1928, pages 88 to 89, for some early references, including one to a 1669 source that goes so far in defense of the naturalness of French as to claim that the Romans think in French before speaking in Latin. Diderot is so convinced of the naturalness of French that he regards it as more suitable for science than for literature, the other European languages, unnatural in their word order, being more suited for literary expression. Lettres aux sourds et muettes, 1751. Englishmen tended to have a different view of the matter. Bentham, for example, held that of all known languages, English is that in which, in the highest degree, taken in the aggregate, the most important of the properties desirable in every language are to be found. Works, ed. J. Bowring, New York, Russell and Russell, 1962, Volume 8, p. 342. Hardy, writing in the late 16th century, took for granted the analogy and correspondence between the Latin tongue and the rational soul, Latin words, and the manner of speaking this tongue, are so rational, and so agreeably strike the ear, that the rational soul meeting with the temperament necessary to invent a very eloquent language, immediately stumbles on the Latin, examinda ingenios, op. Cit. p. 122. From the 17th century, there was much discussion of the possibility of inventing a philosophical language that would reflect la vraie philosophy and the principles of thought better than any actual human language. An interest in this problem is apparently at the roots of Leibniz's interest in comparative grammar, which might reveal the excellencies of language. For discussion of these developments, see Cartesian, Histoire de la langue universelle, Paris, 1903, Margaret M. C. McIntosh, The Phonetic and Linguistic Theory of the Royal Society School, from Wallace to Cooper, unpublished B. Lit. Thesis, Oxford University, 1956, Cassirer, The Philosophy of Symbolic Forms. 54b. Lamy, de l'Art de Parler, 1676. There are, however, stylistic reasons that may lead one to invert the order natural in many languages, not, however, in French. 132 notes to pages 76 to 77. Which does not, he maintains, make use of such figures de grammaire, since it relishes cleanliness and simplicity. That is why it expresses things as much as it can in the simplest and most natural order. p. 23. Cf. Also pages 26 to 27. 55j. Wilkins, An Essay Towards a Real Character and a Philosophical Language, 1668. 56. The assumption of a natural order, however, has the advantage that it does not fly in the face of the facts quite so obviously as the belief that language can be described in terms of habits or dispositions to respond, or that the syntactic structure of a language is some sort of list of patterns. It is, therefore, not excluded that the notion of natural order can be clarified and developed as a hypothesis of some significance regarding language structure. 57. Leibniz, Nouveau Essai sur l'Enlightenment humain, Book 3, Chap. 7, Drans. New Essays Concerning Human Understanding, ed. A. G. Langley, La Salle, Open Court, 1949. He goes on to maintain that an exact analysis of the signification of words would show us better than anything else the workings of the understanding. p. 368 of the 1949 edition. For further discussion of Leibniz's concern with language, ch. Aslev, Leibniz on Locke on Language, American Philosophical Quarterly 1, 1964, pages 1 to 24. 58f. Schlegel, Geschichte der Alten und Neuen Literatur, 1812, cited by Fiesel, Die Sprachphilosophie der Deutschen Romantik, p. 8. See also A. W. Schlegel, De l'Etymologie en general, Universitäten Französisch, ed. E. Bocking, Leipzig, 1846, p. 133. It was often said that grammar is logic at work, but there is more. It constitutes a profound analysis, a subtle metaphysics of thought. 59. Occasionally, from quite unexpected sources. For example, Proudhon's scholarship application to the Besançon Academy, in 1837, announced his intention of developing a general grammar in which he hoped to search for the psychology of new regions, the philosophy of new paths, study the nature and mechanism of the human mind with respect to the most striking and recognizable of its faculties, speech, determine, on the basis of the origin and working of language, the source and organization of human beliefs, apply, in one word, grammar to metaphysics and ethic, and achieve a thought over which profound genius is fret. Correspondence to P.J. Proudhon, ed. J.A. Langlois, Paris, Librairie Internationale, 1875, Volume I, p. 31. Cf. Also J. S. Mill, Grammar is the beginning of the analysis of the thinking process. The principles and rules of grammar are the means by which the forms of language are made to correspond with the universal forms of thought. The distinctions between the various parts of speech, between the cases of nouns, the moods and tenses of verbs, the functions of particles, are distinctions in thought, not merely in words. The structure of every sentence is a lesson in logic. Rectorial Address at St. Andrews, 1867, cited with characteristic modern disapproval by Jesperson, The Philosophy of Grammar, London, Allen and Unwin, 1924, p. 47. Another and rather different development of the view that language, in its deeper structure, mirrors thought can be found in the work of Frege, Russell, and the early Wittgenstein. This is well known, and I will not discuss it further here. For a discussion of some aspects of Chomsky's view of Frege, see the second chapter of Chomsky 1996, 60n. Bues et grammaire générale, aux expositionnaires des éléments nécessaires du langage, 1767. Page references here and below are to the revised and corrected edition of 1819. Notes to pages 77 to 78. 133. 61. This of course leaves quite open the question of how creative thought is possible, and the discussion of this matter was no more satisfactory than any account that can be given today. That is, it is left as a complete mystery. Cordemai, for example, attributes new thoughts that come to us, without being able to find their cause in ourselves, or to attribute them to others to inspiration, that is, to communication from disembodied spirits. Op. Cit. Pages 185 to 186. Many others of the period would agree that, in some way or other, man possesses some analogy to the divine attributes in his intellectual faculties. Herbert of Chibury, De Veritate, 1624, p. 167. Page references here and below are to the translation by M. H. Carr, University of Bristol Studies No. 6, 1937. This invocation of the supernatural should be considered against the background of the revived Neoplatonism, with its interpretation of human creativity as an analogue of divine emanation, in aesthetic theory from the 16th century through Romanticism. For discussion, see Lovejoy, The Great Chain of Being, and Abrams, The Mirror and the Lamp, and further references given there. It is apparent from the examples that Chomsky is speaking here of causes or sources of creative thought. Later work, for example, Chomsky 1972, seems to allow that one could give an account of how creative thought is possible. One could speak to the nature of the mind that would allow it. See the editor's introduction and also McGillivray 2005. 62. Recall that philaimetry, the soul is not a separate substance. Rather, since all the soul's faculties depend so much on the specific organization of the brain and of the whole body, that they are clearly nothing but that very organization itself, the machine, is perfectly explained. Thus, the soul is merely a vain term of which we have no idea and which a good mind should use only to refer to that part of us which thinks. p. 26, Mam. p. 128. He admits forthrightly, regarding the imaginative faculty of the brain, that we know as little about its nature as we do about its method of working, and that its products are the wonderful and incomprehensible result of the organization of the brain. p. 15, Mam. p. 107. Later writers are much less diffident and describe the brain as secreting thought much as the liver secretes bile, kidneys, and so on. 63. The Cartesians characteristically assumed that mental processes are common to all normal humans and that languages may therefore differ in the manner of expression but not in the thoughts expressed. Cordemai, for example, in discussing language learning, discuss, pp. 40 ff. cf. p. 101 below, describes the acquisition of a second language as merely a matter of assigning new linguistic expressions to the ideas that are already associated with expressions of the first language. It follows, then, that there should be no fundamental difficulty in translating from one language to another. This claim, of course, would be vigorously denied by the Romantics, who think of language not just as a mirror of the mind but as a constitutive element in mental processes and as a reflection of the cultural individuality. Cf. Herder. The best account of the history and the diverse characteristics of human understanding and sentiment would thus be a philosophical comparison of languages, for the understanding and character of a people are in every case stamped in their language. Ideen zur Philosophie der Geschichte der Menschheit, 1784-1785, in Heintel, op. Cit. p. 176. 64. We return to some of its concrete proposals directly. 65. Page references are to works, volume I, cf. Note 28. 134 notes to pages 79 to 81. 66. It follows, then, that the interrogative and indicative, in which the response is made, were closely related. So near, indeed, is this affinity, that in these two modes alone the verb retains the same form, nor are they otherwise distinguished, than either by the addition or absence of some small particle, or by some minute change in the collocation of the words, or sometimes only by a change in the tone, or accent. p. 299. More precisely, in the case of a simple interrogative, that is, a simple yes or no question, the response is, except for possible ellipsis, made in almost the same words as the interrogative. Indefinite interrogatives, however, may be answered by infinite affirmatives and infinite negatives. For instance, whose are these verses? We may answer affirmatively, they are Virgil's, they are Horace's, they are Ovid's, etc., or negatively, they are not Virgil's, they are not Horace's, they are not Ovid's, and so on, either way, to infinity. p. 300, footnote. 67. Apart from its Cartesian origins, the Port-Royal theory of language, with its distinction between deep and surface structure, can be traced to scholastic and Renaissance grammar, in particular, to the theory of ellipsis and ideal types that reached its fullest development in Sanctius's Minerva, 1587. For some discussion, see Salin, op. Cit. Chap. I and pp. 89f. As noted earlier, quotations from the Port-Royal Grammar, Lancelot and Arnold's Grammaire Generale Lettres used the translation in Arnold and Lancelot 1975, which is occasionally modified. Page references are given to both the first French edition, 1660, and to Arnold and Lancelot 1975, abbreviated PRG. 68. This transformation is not mentioned, but it is implicit in the examples that are given. 69. Arnold, La Logique, ou l'art de penser, 1662. Translated by J. Dickoff and P. James as The Art of Thinking, Port Royal Logic, Indianapolis, Bobbs Merrill, 1964. Page references are to this translation. Also translated by J.V. Buroka in Ann Auld and Nicole, 1996, abbreviated PRL, to which page references are also given. For some recent discussion of the linguistic significance of this work, see H. E. Breckle, Semiotic and Linguistic Semantic in Port Royal, Endogeminus 169, 1964, pages 103 to 121. 70. The notion idea in Cartesian thought is crucial but difficult. Several terms are used, for example, idea, notion, apparently without a systematic distinction in sense, and the concept itself is not clearly characterized. In the Meditations, 3, Descartes relates the term idea to image, stating that some of my thoughts as it were the images of things, and it is only in these cases that the term idea, Latin, idea, is strictly appropriate. CSM 2, 25. Of course, these images may be derived by imagination or reflection, rather than received through sense. In his reply to Hobbes's objection to this passage, Descartes clarifies his intentions, modifying his formulation in the process, so it appears, stating that I am taking the word idea to refer to whatever is immediately perceived by the mind. For example, when I want something, or am afraid of something, I simultaneously perceive that I want, or am afraid, and this is why I count volition and fear among my ideas. CSM 2, 127. The latter use of idea as, essentially, an object of thought, is the one that seems consistent with his general usage. For example, in the discourse on the methods he speaks of certain laws which God has so established in nature, and of which he has imprinted such notions in our minds. CSMI 131. Similarly, in the Principles of Philosophy, pt. I, Art. 13, no fundamental distinction is made between the ideas of numbers and notes to pages 82 to 83. 135. Shapes and such common notions as, if you add equals to equals the results will be equal. CSMI 197. The latter usage of the term idea, as anything that can be conceived, not merely imagined, is the one carried over to the Port Royal logic. In this sense, concepts of varied types, even propositions, are ideas. This usage is widespread. Lamy, op. Cit. p. 7, who makes no pretense to originality, describes ideas as the objects of our perceptions and asserts that besides these ideas, which are excited by things that touch our body, we find others deep in our nature, which do not come into our mind through the senses, for example, those which represent primary truths like, you must return to someone what belongs to him, it is impossible for something to be and not to be at one and the same time, etc. In general, the discussion of simple and complex propositions throughout the Port Royal grammar and logic suggests this concept of idea, since propositions are described as formed by combining ideas, and complex ideas are described as based on underlying constituent propositions. In this sense, idea is a theoretical term of the theory of mental processes. The comprehension, that is, intention or meaning, of an idea is their fundamental notion in semantic interpretation, and insofar as the deep structure of language is regarded as a direct reflection of mental processes, it is the fundamental notion in the analysis of thought. For further discussion see J. Veitch, The Method, Meditations, and Selections. From the Principles of Descartes, Edinburgh, Blackwood and Sons, 1880, Note 2, pages 276 to 285. 71 in the French original, the cited sentence is, La doctrine qui met le souverain bien dans la valeur du corps, le politesse n'est pas épicure, est indigned in philosophy. The Dickoff James translation, which I have followed elsewhere, translates this as the doctrine which identifies the sovereign good with the sensual pleasure of the body and which was taught by Epicurus is unworthy of a philosopher. But in this translation the explicative relative which was taught by Epicurus would naturally be taken as a determinative clause conjoined with the first determinative clause which identifies, in which case the point of the example is lost. In Arnold and Nicole 1996, the sentence is translated, the doctrine that places the highest good in bodily pleasure, which was taught by Epicurus, is unworthy of a philosopher. 72. Notice, incidentally, that adjective noun constructions in the surface structure may derive by grammatical transformations of the type proposed in the Port Royal grammar from either type of relative, as is evident from the examples given there and, more strikingly, in such ambiguous examples as Jesperson's The Industrious Japanese Will Conquer in the Long Run. Philosophy, p. 112. 73. Notice that, in such cases, it is not true that each of the elementary abstract objects constituting the deep structure itself underlies a possible sentence. Thus This, for example, is not a sentence in itself. In current terminology, it is not the case that each item generated by the underlying base phrase structure rules underlies a possible kernel sentence. Similarly, in all work in transformational generative grammar of the last 10 years or more, it has been taken for granted that the phrase structure rules can introduce dummy symbols that receive a representation in terms of morpheme strings only as a result of application of embedding rules of one sort or another, as, for example, in verb complement constructions in English, and the elementary strings in which these dummy symbols appear will not underlie. 136 notes to pages 84 to 87. Kernel sentences. Various related ideas that have been explored during this period are summarized and discussed in Chomsky, Aspects of the Theory of Syntax, Chap. 3. See also the bracketed discussion and references for Note 80. 74. A rather different analysis of these structures is presented by Buse Opposite. He regards them as based on relative clauses with the antecedent transformationally deleted. Thus the sentences lit at present day Jews prove K not a religionist divine, ich glaub das ich liebe, and I think that I love, derive, respectively, from lit at present day Jews prove and verite Keist, not a religionist divine, ich glaub ein Ding das ist, ich liebe, and I think a thing that is, I love, p. 405. 75. For further discussion, see Chomsky, Aspects of the Theory of Syntax. It is worth mentioning that the theory of transformational generative grammar has in many respects moved toward a point of view like that implicit in the Port Royal theory, as new evidence and insights have accumulated during the few years in which it has, once again, become an object of fairly intensive investigation. 76. Some earlier notions are reviewed by Salin, Caesar Chesson, pp. 97f. The idea that a sentence can be regarded simply as a sequence of words or word categories, with no further structure, is frequently expressed, whether or not it is actually believed, by many later writers. 77. Notice that this is referred to as the principal, not the unique role of verbs. They are also used to indicate other movements of our minds, as in to desire, to ask, to command, etc. p. 90. These matters are taken up again in Chap. 15, where the grammatical means by which these mental states and processes are realized in various languages are briefly discussed. See p. 79 above. 78. The grammar goes on to observe that it would be a mistake to assume, with certain earlier grammarians, that verbs necessarily express actions or passions or something that is taking place, and it offers and counterexamples such verbs as existit, quiescit, frigit, alget, tepet, calit, albet, virit, claret, p. 94. 79. As noted earlier, p. 117, It is often necessary to transform such a sentence from the active to the passive voice in order to put the argument into its most natural form and to express explicitly that which is to be proved. 80. It is hardly just to attribute this insight to 20th century British philosophy, as its central and fundamental discovery. Cf. Flew, Introduction to Logic and Language, First Series, Oxford, Blackwell, 1952, p. 7, or Wittgenstein, Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, 1922, 4.0031, where it is attributed to Russell. Nor is the observation that grammatical resemblances and dissimilarities may be logically misleading, Flew, p. 8, quite as novel an insight as Flew suggests. See, for example, p. 91 below. The general assumption of Cartesian linguistics is that the surface organization of a sentence may not give a true and full representation of the grammatical relations that play a role in determining its semantic content, and, as we have noted, a theory of grammar is sketched in which actual sentences are derived from underlying deep structures in which these relations are grammatically represented. The extent to which logical form is actually represented by the syntactically defined deep structures, in the technical modern sense or the related sense suggested in Cartesian linguistics, is a further and in many respects open question. C.J. Katz, The Philosophy of Language, New York, Harper and Row, 1966, for discussion. Chomsky entertained the view that semantic interpretation takes place at deep structure in his 1965 Aspects. He was to abandon this idea soon after in favor of. Notes to pages 87 to 88. 137. Increasingly refined versions of a view he had adopted earlier in his Logical Structure of Linguistic Theory, published as Chomsky 1975b, and in Syntactic Structures, that semantic interpretation takes place at an output level of a derivation, where conceptual intensional systems use the product of a derivation as a tool, syntactic structures, for whatever operations they perform. By the 1970s, that output level of a derivation came to be called LF, for logical form, or, later in the 1990s, SEM, for semantic interface. Deep structure, but not as the place where semantic interpretation takes place, remained until the early 1990s as the place where basic thematic assignments are made, but it was abandoned as the minimalist program developed and more of what used to be thought of as irreducible linguistic structure came to be seen as epiphenomena of primitive operations. Quite recently, 2001, even LF is abandoned as a level of a derivation, and SEM comes to indicate simply an interface with other mental, internal systems. For relevant, but quite often technical, reading, see Syntactic Structures and Chomsky 1975b, 1965, 1975a and b. 1980, 1986, 1992, 1995b, 2000, 2001, 2005, 2007. It is quite likely that Chomsky's reading of the Cartesian linguists in the late 1950s and early 1960s influenced his decision to endorse, provisionally and temporarily, Katz and Postal's suggestion that semantic interpretation takes place at deep structure, rather than at some output level. For some comment on the influence of this reading from Chomsky, see his current issues in Linguistic Theory and Aspects of the Theory of Syntax, especially the latter, 81, referred to, typically, as the natural order. See pages 75 to 76 above. 82. Many of Dumassier's published and unpublished works on language are printed posthumously in Logique et Principes de Grammaire, 1769. Page references here. After this volume, the correlation between freedom of word order and inflection is noted by many other writers, for example, Adam Smith in his considerations concerning their first formation of languages. 83 when Bloomfield, along with many others, criticizes pre-modern linguistics for obscuring the structural difference between languages by forcing their descriptions into the scheme of Latin grammar, language, p. 8, he is presumably referring to such claims as this, which he regards as having been disproven. If so, then it must be observed that his book contains no evidence to support either the conclusion that philosophical grammar was wedded to a Latin model, or the conclusion that its actual hypothesis concerning the uniformity of underlying grammatical relations has been brought into question by modern work. In general, it should be noted that Bloomfield's account of pre-modern linguistics is not reliable. His historical survey consists of a few haphazard remarks that, he asserts, summarize what 18th century scholars knew about language. These remarks are not always accurate, as, for example, his astonishing assertion that prior to the 19th century linguists had not observed the sounds of speech, and confused them with the written symbols of the alphabet, or that the writers of general grammars regarded Latin as supreme in embodying the universal canons of logic, and, were accurate, they give little indication of the character of what was done in this period. The manner in which the sounds of speech were analyzed in this period deserves a separate discussion. It is quite arbitrary to exclude this topic from the present survey, as I have done. Most of the works discussed here, and many others, contain 138 notes to pages 88 to 89. Discussions of phonetics, and the Aristotelian dictum that spoken words are the symbols of mental experience and written words are the symbols of spoken words. The interpretation, 1, is apparently accepted with no discussion. There are a few modern references to the phonetics of this period. For example, M. Grammont comments on the phonetics in cor demi, op. Sit, in the following terms. The articulations of a certain number of the French phonemes are described with remarkable clarity and precision. De phonétique, Paris, Librairie de la Grave, 1933, 4th ed. 1950, p. 13n. He goes on to observe that these are the descriptions that Molière reproduced word for word in Le Bourgeois Gentilhomme, Act 2, Scene 6, 1670. Chomsky developed his views of phonology and phonetics during the late 1950s and early 1960s with his colleague Maurice Halley. See Chomsky and Halley 1968. Like his view of meanings, LF saw semantic representations. Chomsky's view of linguistic sounds is that they are in the head. See in this regard Chomsky 2000, which is a collection of his more recent works on language and mind. 84 Grammaire Générale, pp. 340 f. Bentham suggests a similar analysis, works, p. 356. 85 A distinction between the ideas principally expressed by a linguistic form and the accessory ideas associated with it is developed in the Port-Royal Logic, chaps. 14, 15. His principal idea is what is stated by the lexical definition, which attempts to formulate in a precise way the truth of usage. But the lexical definition cannot reflect the whole impression the defined word makes on the mind, and it often happens that a word excites in our minds, besides the principal idea which we regard as the proper meaning of the word, other ideas which we may call accessory ideas and to which though we receive their impression we do not explicitly attend. p. 90. For example, the principal meaning of "you lied" is that you knew that the opposite of what you said is true. But in addition to this principal meaning, these words convey an idea of contempt and outrage which suggest that the speaker would not hesitate to harm you, a suggestion which renders his words both offensive and injurious. Similarly, Virgil's line "to die" is that such a wretched thing. Usque Dion mori miserum est. has the same principal meaning as it is not so very wretched to die, non est usque deo mori miserum, but the original expresses not only the bare thought that death is not so bad a thing as one supposes, but suggests as well the image of a man who challenges death and looks it fearless in the face, pages 91 to 92. Accessory ideas may be permanently attached to words, as in the cases just mentioned, or they may be attached only in a particular utterance, for example, by gesture or tone of voice, p. 90. The association may, in other words, be a matter either of long or parole. The distinction is rather like that of cognitive and emotive meaning. Also relevant to contemporary issues is the example, p. 91, of how certain grammatical processes may change the accessory ideas expressed, without modification of principal meaning. Thus, so it is claimed, to accuse someone of ignorance or deceit is different from calling him ignorant and deceitful, since the adjectival forms express, in addition to the idea of particular shortcomings, an idea of contempt, whereas the nouns mean only the particular lack with no accompanying condemnation. 86c. Baffier, Grammaire française sur un plan nouveau, 1709, cited by Salin, César Chesson, pages 121 to 122, with typical modern disparagement based, once again, on the assumption that surface structure alone is a proper object of study. C.J. Katz and P. Postel, An Integrated Theory of Linguistic Descriptions, sections 4.2.3, 4.2.4, for development and justification of a very similar idea. Notes to pages 89 to 92. 139. 87 De la construction grammaticale, logique et principes de grammaire, p. 229. 88 The Latin example suggests a variety of problems, however. For some remarks on the phenomenon of so-called free word order, within the present context, see Chomsky, Aspects of the Theory of Syntax, Chap. 2, Section 4.4. The phenomenon of case marking in different languages has proven to be a particularly interesting issue for the linguist constructing a universal grammar. See Chomsky, 1986, 1995b. and references provided there. 89 It is not entirely clear from the context whether these conditions on transformations are regarded as matters of long or parole, as conditions on a grammar or on the usage of a grammar, nor is it clear whether, within the framework that Dumas accepts, this question can be sensibly raised. The account of sentence interpretation given by Dumas can be profitably compared with that proposed by Katz, Fodor, and Postel in recent work. See Katz and Postel, op. Cit. and references cited there. See also the references in the bracketed addition to Chomsky's Note 80, 90. The examples that I give here are cited by Salin as indicative of the ridiculous character of Dumas's theory, concerning which it would be unjust to confront it with modern science so as to reveal the altogether obvious errors in it. Salin, César Chesson, p. 84. 91t. Read, Essays on the Intellectual Powers of Man, 1785. For some remarks and quotations, see Chomsky, Aspects of the Theory of Syntax, pages 119 to 292, except to the extent indicated by the final example, the analysis of indefinite articles. Such attempts to go beyond surface form are tolerated by modern linguistic theory and have been the subject of much methodological discussion during the 1940s, particularly in the United States. 93c. Postel, Constituent Structure, The Hague, Mouton, 1964, for discussion of contemporary approaches to syntax that accept this limitation. Many modern methodological discussions actually imply, further, that linguistic investigation should be restricted to the surface structure of the given utterances of a fixed corpus. Thus Salin reflects modern attitudes in criticizing Dumas's p. 36, for the inexcusable fault on the part of the grammarian of using invented examples instead of restricting himself to utterances actually observed in living speech, as though a rational alternative were conceivable. For further discussion of the problem of analyzing deep and surface structure, see Chomsky, Syntactic Structures, The Hague, Mouton, 1957, Current Issues in Linguistic Theory, Aspects of the Theory of Syntax, Lees, Grammar of English Nominalizations, The Hague, Mouton, 1960, Postal, Underlying and Superficial Linguistic Structures, Harvard Educational Review 34, 1964, Katz and Postal, An Integrated Theory of Linguistic Descriptions, Katz, The Philosophy of Language, and many other publications. 94. To mention just one example, consider Hanoi's introductory statement in his discussion of philosophical grammar, Lay Theories, p. 18. It should be emphasized that this discussion is unusual in that it at least pays attention to the actual doctrines that were held by philosophical grammarians, instead of attributing to them absurd beliefs that were completely counter to their actual work. He points out that participants in this work felt themselves to be contributing a science which had already produced one fundamental work, viz., the Port Royal Grammar, namely by 140 notes to pages 93 to 95. Enriching an existing tradition and adding to the numerous results already attained. This opinion may appear ridiculous to a modern linguist, but it was really held. It should be mentioned that the modern disparagement of traditional linguistic theory develops, not only from the decision to restrict attention to surface structure, but also, quite often, from the uncritical acceptance of a behaviorist account of language use and acquisition, common in its essentials to several fields, an account that seems to me to be pure mythology. Note 2. The quotation from the reprint of Chomsky's review of B.F. Skinner's verbal behavior in the editor's introductions. Note 20, 95. Véritables principes de la grammaire, 1729, quoted by Salin, César Chesneau, pages 29 to 30. The dating of this is discussed by Salin in the introduction, p. 9. Much earlier, Arnauld had pointed out that one has not usually treated as matters of particular grammars what is common to every language, 1669, cited by Sainte-Beuve, Port Royal, p. 538, and the distinction between general and particular grammar is implicit, though not expressed, in the Port Royal Grammar. Wilkins also distinguishes between natural, that is, philosophical, rational, or universal, grammar, which deals with the ground and rules as do necessarily belong to philosophy of letters and speech, and instituted or particular grammar, which deals with the rules which are particular to a given language. Essay, p. 297. 96. Buse, Grammaire Générale, Preface, pp. VV. 97. Quoted by Salin, César Chesneau, p. 21. Note that there is a difference in emphasis in the remarks of Buse and D'Alembert on the relation between particular facts and general principles. The two views, however, are not inconsistent. 98. Cf. Sainte-Beuve, Port Royal, pp. 538 f. Hanoi's, Lay Theories, p. 20. 99. There is, to be sure, an implicit element of so-called prescriptivism in his choice of cultivated usage, that is, the usage of the best authors, but, particularly, the usage of spoken language in the court, as the object of description. 100. Note that a restriction of linguistic study to description without explanation does not entail a corresponding restriction to the investigation of surface structure. The latter is a further and independent imitation. Compare the restriction to pure description to Wittgenstein's Blue Book and Philosophical Investigations. It is interesting that Chomsky, like Wittgenstein, holds that it is very likely impossible to construct a science, serious theory, of language use, and for parallel reasons having to do with language's creative use, although Wittgenstein did not use this terminology. Chomsky, of course, unlike Wittgenstein, holds that it is possible to construct a science of language, universal grammar. For some discussion, see the editor's introduction and McGilvray 1999, 2005. 101 Vagelas is by no means the first to insist on the primacy of usage. A century before, in one of the earliest French grammars, Maigret insists that we must speak in the way that we do speak and that one may not make any law against the way French is usually pronounced, quoted by C.H.L. Livet, La grammaire française et la grammaire in deux cycle. It is interesting to note that the reaction of the Cartesian linguists against pure descriptivism recapitulates the evolution of speculative grammar in the 13th century, as an attempt to provide rational explanation in place of a mere record of usage. Speculative grammar also distinguished universal from particular grammar. For example, Roger Bacon assumes that with respect to its substance, grammar is. Notes to pages 95 to 97. 141. One and the same in all languages, although it does vary accidentally. Grammatica Greca, ed. Charles, p. 278, cited in N. Kretzmann, History of Semantics, an Encyclopedia of Philosophy, ed. P. Edwards, New York, Macmillan, 1967. 102 quoted by Salin, Caesar Chesson, p. 26. From the article Datif in the Encyclopedia. Salin also gives, p. 45, a much earlier quote from the Veritables Principes, see note 95, grammar does not come before languages. There is no language that has been based on grammar. The rules, observations, of grammarians must be based on usage, and are not laws that have preceded usage. This quote is followed by the comment that Dumas did not adhere to this principle, but, though there is much to criticize in his work, I find little evidence to support this charge. 103 This is, of course, consistent with Cartesian methodology, which insists on the necessity of observation and of crucial experiment for choice among competing explanations. See Discourse on the Method, Part 6. The Cartesian origins of the concern for a general, universal, grammar, grammaire générale, expressing what is a common human possession, and an explanatory grammar, grammaire, which will explain facts instead of merely listing them, are too obvious to require discussion. Similarly, it was the newly rediscovered Aristotelian concept of rational science that led to the speculative grammar of the 13th century. Cf. Kretzmann, op. Cit. 104 This discussion is due to Arnold and appears in his correspondence a year before the publication of the grammar, cf. Saint-Beuve, op. Cit. pp. 536 f. The grammar is, incidentally, not entirely fair to Vagelas in tacitly implying that he was unaware of counterexamples. In fact, Vagelas himself mentions one of the cited counterexamples, namely, the vocative, for which he proposes an understood, deleted article. Furthermore, Vagelas does in fact offer a tentative explanation, rather apologetically, to be sure, for the rule as he formulates it. 105 The further discussion of the matter of explanation in linguistics, see Chomsky, Syntactic Structures, Explanatory Models in Linguistics, in Logic, Methodology and Philosophy of Science, ed. E. Nagel, P. Supps, A. Tasky, Stanford University Press, 1962, Current Issues in Linguistic Theory, and J. Katz, Mentalism in Linguistics, Language 40, 1964, pages 124 to 137. See also Chomsky 1975a, 1975b, 1980, 1981, 1986, 1988a, 1992, 1995b, 2000, 2005, 2007. In a sense, Chomsky's most recent work has gone beyond explanation for, unlike the state of linguistics in 1966, he can now plausibly hold that the issue of explanatory adequacy as he originally posed it in aspects, in effect, solving Plato's problem, has been sufficiently settled to move on to other matters. Now he focuses on other explanatory issues, matters of computational economy and biological embodiment, some of which bear on the evolution of language and on accommodating language to biology. See the editor's introduction. Incidentally, it is illuminating to compare Chomsky's view on innateness with Humboldt's. One of the most striking features of American descriptivism in the 1940s was its insistence on justification in terms of precisely specified procedures of analysis. The emphasis on precision and on the necessity for justification of descriptive statements in some language-independent terms constitutes a major contribution. But the requirements that were placed on justification, namely, that it be procedural, in the sense of the methodological discussions of the 1940s, were so strong as to 142 notes to pages 97 to 100 make the enterprise unfeasible, and some of the reactions to this stringency, in particular, the view that any clearly specified procedure of analysis is as good as any other, detracted substantially from its potential significance. 106 observe, however, that the discussion in the Port Royal grammar, if interpreted quite literally, does not identify the underlying structures with actual sentences. Cf. pages 83 to 84 above, and note 73. It is thus quite close, in conception, to transformational generative grammar of the sort developed in the references of note 93, which has also been based on the assumption that the structures to which transformational rules apply are abstract underlying forms, not actual sentences. Notice, incidentally, that the theory of transformations as originally developed by Harris, outside of the framework of generative grammar, does regard transformations as relations among actual sentences and is, in fact, much closer to the conception of Massey's and others, in this respect. See Z.S. Harris, Co-occurrence and Transformation in Linguistic Structure, Language 33, 1957, pages 283 to 340, and many other references. See Chomsky, Current Issues in Linguistic Theory, p. 62n, for some discussion bearing on this point. 107 Humboldt's picture was, however, a good bit more complex. Cf. pages 69 to 73 above. 108 notice that, when describing these terms, linguistic universals need not be found in every language. Thus, for example, when a certain set of phonetic features is claimed to constitute a universal phonetics, it is not proposed that each of these features functions in every language, but rather that every language makes its particular choice from among this system of features. Cf. Buse A. Op. Cit. p. 9. The necessary elements of language are in fact present in all languages, and their necessity is indispensable for the analytic and metaphysical exposition of thought. But I do not intend to speak of an individual necessity, which does not leave anyone free to reject any idiom. I mean to indicate only a specific necessity, a necessite des piece, which sets the limits of the choices that one can make. This view of the mind's choice among phonetic features anticipates Chomsky's later, early 1980s, principles and parameters approach to the choices a child's mind makes in acquiring a language. For discussion, see the editor's introduction, 109, translated by M. H. Carr, 1937, University of Bristol Studies, No. 6. 110 These developments are familiar except, perhaps, for 17th century English Platonism. See Hay O. Lovejoy, Kant and the English Platonists, in Essays Philosophical and Psychological in Honor of William James, New York, Longmans, Green, 1908, for some discussion of English Platonism, in particular, of its interest in the ideas and categories which enter into every presentation of objects and make possible the unity and interconnectedness of rational experience. Lovejoy's account, in turn, is based heavily on G. Leon, L'idealisme en Angleterre vi Iosical, Paris, 1888. See also J. Passmore, Ralph Kedworth, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1951, L. Gissy, Platonism and Cartesianism in the Philosophy of Ralph Kedworth, Bern, Herbert Lang, 1962. Some relevant quotes from Descartes, Leibniz, and others are given in Chomsky, Aspects of the Theory of Syntax, Chap. 1, Section 8, where the relevance of this position to current issues is also briefly discussed. Chomsky notes in C.L.'s conclusion, p. 107 below, that some figures have been omitted from his survey of Cartesian linguists, or have been inadequately discussed. He mentions Immanuel Kant in particular. It is perhaps significant that the Cambridge Platonists had more to say about the scientific issues. Notes to pages 100 to 101. 143. Of language acquisition that Chomsky discusses than Kant, who was primarily interested in epistemological issues and had little to say that could be seen as anticipating Chomsky's biologizing of language. See also Chomsky, Explanatory Models in Linguistics, and Katz's Philosophy of Language, for discussion of an essentially rationalist approach to the problem of language acquisition and of the inadequacy of empiricist alternatives. In the same connection, see Lenneberg, Biological Perspective, and Biological Foundations of Language, New York, John Wiley, 1967, and Section V of the Structure of Language, Readings in the Philosophy of Language, ed. J. Fodor and J. Katz, Englewood Cliffs, Prentice Hall, 1964. See also Jenkins, 1999, and several of the chapters of McGilvray, 2005, plus references in both. Biolinguistics remains a burgeoning field of study. A particularly good starting point is Hauser, Chomsky, Fitch, 2002. A very useful overview is found in Chomsky, 2007, and forthcoming. Some more technical discussion is in Chomsky 2005, 111. Leibniz, Discourse on Metaphysics. The quotations here are from the English translation in Leibniz, Discourse on Metaphysics and correspondence with Arnold, Drans. G. Montgomery, La Salle, Open Court, 1902. With reference to Plato's theory, Leibniz insists only that it be purged of the error of pre-existence. Similarly, Kedworth accepts the theory of reminiscence without the doctrine of pre-existence that Plato suggests as an explanation for the facts he describes, and this is the only true and allowable sense of that old assertion, that knowledge has reminiscence, not that it is the remembrance of something which the soul had some time before actually known in a pre-existent state, but because it is the mind's comprehending of things by some inward anticipations of its own, something native and domestic to it, or something actively exerted from within itself. Treatise Concerning Eternal and Immutable Morality, p. 424, page. References, here and below, are to the first American edition of Works of Kedworth, Volume 2, T. Birch, ed., 1838. The quotation is found on p. 74 of Sarah Hutton's recent edition of the treatise, Kedworth, 1996. References to this text have been added to Chomsky's references below and in the text. Leibniz's view, Discourse on Metaphysics, Section 26, that the mind at every moment expresses all its future thoughts and already thinks confusedly of all that of which it will ever think distinctly, might be regarded as suggesting the fundamental insight regarding language and thought that we discussed in Section 2. 112 cf. Buse, Grammaire Générale, pp. 15-16. He defines grammatical metaphysics, la métaphysique grammaticale, as being nothing but the nature of language brought into the open, established in its own terms, and reduced to general notions. The fine points that this metaphysics discovers in language come from eternal reason, which unconsciously directs us. It would be vain to claim that those who speak the best are not aware of these delicate principles. How could they put them into practice so well unless they were somehow aware of them? I admit that they would perhaps not be ready to use all the rules in their reasoning, because they have not studied them systematically, l'ensemble esteem, but in the end, since they apply these principles, they are conscious of them within themselves. They cannot escape from the imprints of this natural logic which, covertly but irresistibly, directs honest minds in all their operations. But general grammar is simply the rational exposition of the procedures of this natural logic. 144 notes to pages 101 to 102. 113 but cf. p. 97 above. The typical Cartesian view would apparently have been that, although these principles may function unconsciously, they can be brought to consciousness by introspection. 114 But whatever trouble we take to teach them certain things, we often find that they know the names of 1,000 others that we did not intend to show them, and, what is more surprising, we see that when they are 2 or 3 years old they are capable, through the mere force of their attention, to distinguish the name we give to a thing in all the constructions we use in speaking about it. Pages 47 to 48. He also points out that children learn their native language more easily than an adult can learn a new language. It is interesting to compare these quite commonplace but perfectly correct observations with the picture of language learning that one generally finds among many modern writers, whose conclusions are, in fact, based not on observation but on a priori assumptions about what they believe must take place. Cf., for example, the speculation on how all language habits are built up by training, instruction, conditioning, and reinforcement in Bloomfield, Op. Cit., pages 29 to 31, Wittgenstein, Blue Book, Oxford, Blackwell, 1958, pp. 1, 12 to 13, 77. Skinner, Verbal Behavior, New York, Appleton Century Crofts, 1957, Gwyn, Word and Object, Cambridge and New York, MIT Press and John Wiley, 1960, etc. See also the editor's introduction. Occasionally, modern discussions invoke some process of generalization or abstraction that functions along with association and conditioning. But it must be emphasized that there is no known process of this sort that will begin to overcome the inadequacy of empiricist accounts of language acquisition. For discussion, see the references in Note 110. In considering this problem, one must, in particular, bear in mind the criticism advanced by Cudworth, Treatise, p. 462. Cudworth 1996 to 114 to 116, against the attempt to show how general ideas might arise from sensory images, phantasms, by abstraction and thus require no postulation of innate mental structure. As he points out, the intellectus agens either doth know what he is to do with these phantasms beforehand, what he is to make of them, and into what shape to bring them, in which case the question is begged, an intelligible idea being presupposed, or, if he has no such plan, he must needs be a bungling workman, that is, the act of abstracting can lead to any arbitrary and absurd result. In short, reference to generalization does not eliminate the necessity to provide a precise account of the basis on which acquisition of beliefs and knowledge proceeds. We may, if we like, refer to the processes involved in language acquisition as processes of generalization or abstraction. But we will then apparently be forced to conclude that generalization or abstraction, in this new sense, has no recognizable relation to what is called generalization or abstraction in any technical or well-defined usage of philosophy, psychology, or linguistics. 115 cf. Stenthal, Judict Nisrud, p. 17. He holds that Humboldt's fundamental insight was to see how nothing external could ever find its way into the human being if it were not originally in them already, and how all external influence is only a stimulus for the bursting forth of the inwardness. In the depth of this inwardness lies the unitary source of all genuine poetry and genuine philosophy. Notes to pages 103 to 105. 145. The source of all ideas and all great human creations, and from this source, language too flows. Humboldt's views on education, incidentally, illustrate the same concern for the creative role of the individual. In his early essay against state absolutism, CPP 66f. Above, he argues that sound instruction undoubtedly consists of spreading out before the person to be instructed various solutions, and then preparing him to choose the most appropriate, or even better, to invent his own solution by simply arranging before him all the difficulties to be conquered. This method of instruction is, he maintains, not available to the state, which is limited to coercive and authoritarian means. Cf. Cowan, Humanist, p. 43. Elsewhere he holds that all educational development has its sole origin in the inner psychological constitution of human beings, and can only be stimulated, never produced by external institutions. Cowan, p. 126. Man's understanding, like all his other energies, is cultivated only by each human being's own activity, his own inventiveness, or his own utilization of the inventions of others. Cowan, pages 42 to 43. Cf. Also Cowan, pp. 132 ff. It is interesting to compare Harris's observation in his Hermes that there is nothing more absurd than the common notion of instruction, as if science were to be poured into the mind like water into a cistern, that passively waits to receive all that comes. The growth of knowledge rather resembles the growth of fruit. However external causes may in some degree cooperate, it is the internal vigor and virtue of the tree that must ripen the juices to their just maturity. Works, p. 209. Here the ideal is apparently Socratic method, as Cudworth describes it. Treatise, p. 427, Cudworth, 1996. 78. The belief that knowledge was not to be poured into the soul like liquor, but rather to be invited and gently drawn forth from it, nor the mind so much to be filled therewith from without, like a vessel, as to be kindled and awaked. 116. On the relation between Cudworth and Descartes, see Passmore, op. Cit. Gissy, op. Cit. And, for more general background, S. P. Lamprecht. The Role of Descartes in 17th Century England, Studies in the History of Ideas, Volume 3, New York, Columbia University Press, 1935, pages 181 to 242. Passmore concludes, Ralph Cudworth, p. 8, that, despite some divergence, it is still not misleading to call Cudworth a Cartesian. So great was their agreement on so many vital issues. 117 cf. Descartes, Meditation 2, CSM, 21. We know what it is that we see not from what the eye sees but from the scrutiny of the mind alone. But then if I look out of the window and see men crossing the square, I normally say that I see the men themselves. Yet do I see any more than hats and coats which could conceal automatons? I judge that they are men. And so something which I thought I was seeing with my eyes is in fact grasped solely by the faculty of judgment which is in my mind. 118. However, the cogitations that we have of corporeal things are usually both nomatical and phantasmatical together. This accounts for the fact that geometricians will rely on diagrams, and that in speech, metaphors and allegories do so exceedingly please. pp. 430, 468, Cudworth, 1996, 81, for quotations, 121, for geometrician reference. 119. In a similar way, Cudworth arrives at the typical rationalist conclusion that our knowledge is organized as a kind of deductive system by which we arrive at a descending comprehension of a thing from the universal ideas of the mind, and not. 146. Notes to pages 105 to 106. An ascending perception of them from individuals by sense, p. 467. Cudworth 1996 to 120, cf. 113 to 114. 120. C. Abrams, Mirror, for discussion of the importance of this theory of cognitive processes in Romantic aesthetics, and of its origins in earlier thought, particularly that of Plotinus, who explicitly rejected the concept of sensations as imprints or seal impressions made on a passive mind, and substituted the view of the mind as an act and a power which gives a radiance out of its own store to the objects of sense, p. 59. Parallels between Kant and 17th century English philosophy are discussed by Lovejoy, Kant and the English Platonists. 121. Quoted in A.D. Snyder, Coleridge on Logic and Learning, New Haven, Yale University Press, 1929, pages 133 to 134. 122. Quoted in Snyder, Coleridge, p. 116. 123. C. For example, D. M. Mackay, Mind-like Behavior in Artifacts, British Journal for Philosophy of Science 2, 1951, pages 105 to 121. J. S. Bruner, on Perceptual Readiness, Psychological Review 64, 1957, pages 123 to 152. Neural Mechanisms in Perception, Psychological Review 64, 1957, pages 340 to 358. For a review of many of the findings relating to central processes in perception, see H. L. Tuber, Perception, in the Handbook of Physiology, Neurophysiology, ed. J. Field, H. W. McGowan, V. E. Hall, Washington, American Physiological Society, 1960, Volume 3, Chap. LXV. Scientific research on perception since 1966 continues this theme. The literature is now massive. Chomsky sometimes refers to Ma 1981, 124 for discussion and references in the areas of phonology and syntax respectively. C. M. Hallian K. N. Stevens, Speech Recognition, a Model and a Program for Research, in Fodor and Katz, eds. Structure of Language, and G. Hay Miller and N. Chomsky, Finitary Models of Language Users, pt. 2, in Handbook of Mathematical Psychology, ed. R. D. Luce, R. Bush, and E. Gallanter, New York, John Wiley, 1963, Volume 2. Bibliography. Aslev, H. Hypnis on Locke on Language, American Philosophical Quarterly, Volume 1, 1964, pages 1 to 24. Abrams, M. H. The Mirror and the Lamp. Oxford University Press, Fairlawn, N. J. 1953. Aristotle. Interpretation. De Anima. Arnold, A. and C. Lancelot. General and Rational Grammar, the Port Royal Grammar. Trans. J. Ryix and B. E. Rollin. Mouton, The Hague, 1975. PRG, Arnold, A. and P. Nicole. La Logique, ou l'art de penser, 1662. The Art of Thinking, Port Royal Logic, Trans. J. Dickoff and P. James. Bobbs Merrill, Indianapolis, 1964. Logic or the Art of Thinking, Trans. J. V. Buroka. Cambridge University Press, Cambridge, 1996. PRL. Bacon, R. Grammatica Greca. Baker, Mark C. The Atoms of Language. Basic Books, New York, 2001. Bale, F. The General System of the Cartesian Philosophy, 1669. Bale, P. Dictionnaire historique et critique, 1697. Trans. R. H. Popkine, Historical and Critical Dictionary. Bobbs Merrill, Indianapolis, 1965. Booth A. N. Grammaire General, O. Expositionnaires des éléments nécessaires du langage, 1767. Rev. Ed. 1819. Bentham, J. Works, ed. J. Bowring. Russell and Russell, New York, 1962. Berthelot, R. Science et Philosophie chez Goethe. F. Alcan, Paris, 1932. Bloomfield, L. Language. Holt, Reinhardt and Winston, New York, 1933. Burgent, G. H. Amusement philosophique sur le langage des bestes, 1739. Breckle, H. E. Semiotic and Linguistic Semantic in Port Royal, Endogeminous. Wishungen, Volume 69, 1964, pages 103 to 121. Brown, R. L. Some Sources and Aspects of Wilhelm von Humboldt's Conception of Linguistic Relativity, Unpublished Doctoral Dissertation, University of Illinois, 1964, Bruner, J. S. On Perceptual Readiness, Psychological Review, Volume 64, 1957. Brunot, F. Histoire de la langue française. Armand Collin, Paris, 1924. Buffer, C. Grammaire française sur un plan nouveau, 1709. Carmichael, L. The Early Growth of Language Capacity in the Individual, in E. H. Lenneberg, ed. New Directions in the Study of Language. MIT Press, Cambridge, Mass., 1964. Cassirer, E. Philosophie der Symbolischen Formen, 1923. Trans. The Philosophy of Symbolic Forms. Yale University Press, New Haven, Connecticut, 1953. 147. 148 Bibliography. Chomsky, N. Morphophonemics of Modern Hebrew. 1949 University of Pennsylvania undergraduate thesis, revised as 1951 megaampere thesis. Garland Publishing, New York, 1951-1979. Syntactic Structures. Mouton and Co., The Hague, 1957. Review of B. F. Skinner, Verbal Behavior, Language, Volume 35, 1959, pages 26 to 58. Riep. With added preface in L. Jacobowitz and M. Min, eds. Readings in the Psychology of Language. Prentice Hall, Englewood Cliffs, N.J., 1967. Explanatory Models in Linguistics, in E. Nagel et al. Eds. Logic, Methodology, and Philosophy of Science. Stanford University Press, Stanford, California, 1962. Current Issues in Linguistic Theory. Mouton and Co., The Hague, 1964. Riep. In part in Fodor and Katz, The Structure of Language. Aspects of the Theory of Syntax. MIT Press, Cambridge, Mass., 1965. The Sound Pattern of English, with Morris Halley. Harper and Row, New York, 1968. Language and Mind, 1968, enlarged edition. Harcourt, Brace, New York, 1972. Reflections on Language. Pantheon, New York, 1975a. The Logical Structure of Linguistic Theory, written in 1955. Plenum, New York, 1975b. Language and Responsibility, Interviews with Mitterrand. Pantheon, New York, 1979. Rules and Representations. Blackwell, Oxford, 1980. Lectures on Government and Binding. Forrest, Dordrecht, 1981. Towards a New Cold War, Essays on the Current World Crisis and How We Got There. Pantheon, New York, 1982. Knowledge of Language, Its Nature, Origin, and Use. Prager, New York, 1986. The Chomsky Reader, ed. James Beck. Pantheon, New York, 1987. Language and Problems of Knowledge, The Managua Lectures. MIT Press, Cambridge, Mass. 1988a. Necessary Illusions. South End Press, Boston, 1988b. A Minimalist Program for Linguistic Theory. MIT Working Papers in Linguistics. 1992. Language and Nature. Mind, 104, 1995a, pages 1 to 61. The Minimalist Program. MIT Press, Cambridge, Mass. 1995b. Powers and Prospects, Reflections on Human Nature and the Social Order. South End, Boston, 1996. Also published as Perspectives on Power. Black Rose, Montreal. New Horizons in the Study of Language and Mind, ed. Neil Smith. MIT Press, Cambridge, Mass. 2000. Beyond Explanation. Ms. MIT, 2001. 3 Factors in Language Design, Linguistic Inquiry, 36, Number 1, Winter 2005, pages 1 to 22. Approaching Uke from Below, in Interfaces plus Recursion equals Language. Chomsky's Minimalism and the View from Syntax Semantics, Alice A. Erland and Hans Martin Gartner, eds. Mouton de Gruyter, Berlin, New York, 2007. Forthcoming. Of Minds and Language, A Dialogue with Noam Chomsky in the Basque Country, ed. Piatelli Palmerini, M. J. Urichirica, and P. Salibaru. Oxford University Press, Oxford, 2009. Chomsky, N. and M. Halley. The Sound Pattern of English. Harper and Row, New York, 1968. Chomsky, N. M. Halley, and F. Lukoff. On Accent and Juncture in English, Infer Roman Jacobson. Mouton, The Hague, 1956. Chomsky, N. and E. Herman. The Political Economy of Human Rights, Volume I, Their Washington Connection and Third Word Fascism. South End Press, Boston, 1978. Bibliography. 149. The Political Economy of Human Rights, Volume 2, After the Cataclysm, Post-War Indochina and the Reconstruction of Imperial Ideology. South End Press, Boston, 1979. Manufacturing Consent, The Political Economy of the Mass Media. Pantheon, New York, 1988. Coleridge, S. T. Lectures and Notes of 1818, in T. Ash, ed. Lectures and Notes on Shakespeare and Other English Poets. G. Bell and Sons, London, 1893. Cordemai, Girauda. Discours physique de la parole, 1666. Second ed. 1677. English Trans. 1668. Couturat, L. and L. Histoire de la langue universelle. Paris, 1903. Cowan, M. Humanist Without Portfolio. Wayne State University Press, Detroit, 1963. Cowie, F. What's Within? Oxford University Press, Oxford, 1999. Cudworth, R. Treatise Concerning Eternal and Immutable Morality. American ed. Of. Works, ed. T. Birch, 1838. A Treatise Concerning Eternal and Immutable Morality, ed. S. Hutton. Cambridge. University Press, Cambridge, 1996. Curtis, S. Genie, a psycholinguistic study of a modern-day wild child. Academic Press, London, 1976. D'Alembert, J. Éloge de Dumas, Descartes, R. The Philosophical Writings of Descartes, 2 vols, Drans. John Cottingham. Robert Stutoff and Douglas Murdoch. Cambridge University Press, Cambridge, 1984-1985. CSM, The Philosophical Writings of Descartes, Volume 3, The Correspondence, Drans. John Cottingham, Robert Stutoff, Douglas Murdoch, and Anthony Kenny. Cambridge University Press, Cambridge, 1991. CSMK, The Philosophy of Descartes. Holt, Reinhardt and Winston, New York, 1892. Correspondence, Drans. L. C. Rosenfield, L. Cohen, Annals of Science, Volume 1, Number 1, 1936. Diderot, D. Lettres aux les et muettes. 1751. Dumas, César Chesson. Véritables principes de la grammaire, 1729. Logique et principes de grammaire. Paris, 1769. Elders, Fons, ed. Reflexive Water, The Basic Concerns of Mankind. Souvenir Press, London, 1974. Fiesel, E. Die Sprachphilosophie der Deutschen Romantik. Moore, Tübingen, 1927. Flew, A. Introduction to Logic and Language, First Series. Blackwell, Oxford, 1951. Fodor, J. A. Could Meaning Be in RM? Journal of Verbal Learning and Verbal Behavior, Volume 4, 1965, pages 73 to 81. Psychological Explanation. Random House, New York, 1968. The Present Status of the Innateness Controversy, in Fodor, Representations. MIT Press, Cambridge, Mass., 1982. Concepts, Where Cognitive Science Went Wrong. Oxford University Press, New York, 1998. Fodor, J. A. and J. J. Katz. The Structure of Language, Readings in the Philosophy of Language. Prentice Hall, Englewood Cliffs, N.J., 1964. Friedrich, Gottlob. Übungen Bedeutung, Zeitschrift für Philosophie and Philosophienkritik, 100, 1892, pages 25 to 50. Galileo. G. Dialogo de du massimi sistemi del mondo, 1630. Drans. Dialogue on the Great World Systems. University of Chicago Press, Chicago, 1953. 150 Bibliography. Gallistel, C. R. The Organization of Learning. MIT Press, Cambridge, Mass., 1990. With John Gibbon. Symbolic Foundations of Conditioned Behavior. L. Erb Aunmauer, N.J., 2002. Gould, S. J. and R. Luton. The Spandrels of San Marco and the Panglossian Paradigm, a critique of the adaptationist program, in Proceedings of the Royal Society of London B. 205, 1161, 1979, pages 581 to 598. Grammont, M. Review of A. Brigoyer, Petit de Linguistique, Revue des Langues Romandes, Volume 60, 1920. De Phonétique. Gilligrave, Paris, 1933. Gunderson, K. Descartes, La Métrie, Language and Machines, Philosophy, Volume 39, 1964. Gissy, L. Platonism and Cartesianism in the Philosophy of Ralph Cudworth. Herbert. Lang, Byrne, 1962. Halley, M., and K. N. Stevens. Speech Recognition, a Model and a Program for Research, in Fodor and Katz, Structure of Language. Harnois, G. Les Theories du Langage en France de 1660 à 1821, Études Françaises, Volume 17, 1929. Harris, J. Works, ed. Earl of Malmesbury. F. Wingrove, London, 1801. Harris, Z. S. Co-occurrence and transformation in linguistic structure, language. Volume 33, 1957, pages 283 to 340. Reap. Infodor and Katz, Structure of Language. Hauser, M. N. Chomsky, and W. T. Fitch. The Faculty of Language, What is it, Who has it, and how did it evolve? Science, 298, 2002, pages 1569 to 1579. Herbert of Chibury. De Veritate, 1624. Trans. M. H. Carr, On Truth, University of Bristol Studies No. 6, 1937. Herder, J. G. Abhandlung über den Ursprung des Sprach, 1772. Reap. In part in Heintel, ed. Herder's Sprachphilosophie. Felix May in Verlag, Hamburg, 1960. Ideen zur Philosophie der Geschichte der Menschheit. 1784 to 1785. Essay on the Origin of Language, trans. Alexander Goad, in On the Origin of Language, trans. John H. Moran and Alexander Goad. University of Chicago Press, Chicago, 1966. Hockett, C. F. A Course in Modern Linguistics. Macmillan, New York, 1958. Harty, J. Examiner Ingenios, 1575. English trans. Bellamy, 1698. Humboldt, Wilhelm von. Ideen zu einem Versuch die Grenzen der Wirksamkeit des Staats zu bestimmen, 1792. Trans. In part in Cowan, Humanist Without Portfolio, pages 37 to 64. Über die Wichtigkeit des menschlichen Sprachs, 1836. Facsimile ed. F. Demlers Verlag, Bonn, 1960. On Language, the Diversity of Human Language Construction and its Influence on the Mental Development of the Human Species, 2nd ed. ed. M. Lemanski, trans. P. L. Heath. Cambridge University Press, Cambridge, 1999. Jenkins, Lyle. Biolinguistics. Cambridge University Press, Cambridge, 2000. Jesperson, O. The Philosophy of Grammar. George Allen and Unwin, London, 1924. Juice, M. ed. Readings in Linguistics. ACLS, Washington, 1957. Katz, J. J. Mentalism in Linguistics, Language, Volume 40, 1964, pages 124 to 137. Philosophy of Language. Harper and Row, New York, 1965. Katz, J. J. and P. M. Postal. An Integrated Theory of Linguistic Descriptions. MIT Press, Cambridge, Mass., 1964. Kirkine, H. Les origines de la conception moderne de homme machine, Annales Academiae Feniki, Helsinki, 1961. Bibliography. 151. Kretzmann, N. History of Semantics, in P. Edwards, ed., Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Macmillan, New York, 1967. Lametri, J. O. De Hund Machine, 1747. Critical Edition, ed. A. Bartanian, Princeton University Press, Princeton, N.J., 1960. Man a Machine. Open Court, La Salle, 1912. Man, Machine Man and Other Writings, ed. A. Thompson. Cambridge University Press. Cambridge, 1996. Lamprecht, S. P. The Role of Descartes in 17th Century England, Studies in there. History of Ideas, Volume 3. Columbia University Press, New York, 1935. Lamy, B. Delart de Pala, 1676. Lancelot, C. and Day. Arnold. Grammaire Générale Lettres Unis, 1660. Facsimile Rep. The Scholar Press, Menston, England, 1967. Lees, R. B. Grammar of English Nominalizations. Mouton, The Hague, 1960. Leibniz, G. W. Discours de Métaphysique, 1686. Trans. Leibniz, Discourse on Metaphysics and Correspondence with Arnold, ed. G. R. Montgomery. Open Court, La Salle, Ill, 1902. Nouveaux Essays sur l'Entendement Humain, 1765. Trans. New Essays Concerning Human Understanding, ed. A. G. Langley. Open Court, La Salle, Ill, 1949. Lietzmann, A. ed. Briefsels Wissen W. von Humboldt and A. W. Schlegel. Hallier. S. 1908. Lenneberg, E. H. A Biological Perspective of Language, in E. H. Lenneberg, ed. New Directions in the Study of Language. MIT Press, Cambridge, Mass., 1964. Biological Foundations of Language. John Wiley, New York, 1967. Levitt, C. H. L. La grammaire française et les grammaires introductives. Paris, 1859. Lovejoy, A. O. Kant and the English Platonists, in Essays Philosophical and Psychological in Honor of William James. Longmans, Green, New York, 1908. The Great Chain of Being. Harper, New York, 1936. Leon, G. L'idealisme en Angleterre aux Vies. Paris, 1888. Mackay, D. M. Mind-like Behavior in Artifacts, British Journal for Philosophy of Science, Volume 2, 1951. Magnus R. Goethe A.L.S. Natter Fischer. Bath, Leipzig, 1906. Trans. Goethe as a Scientist. New York, 1949. Ma, David. Vision. New York, W. H. Freeman, 1982. Marx, K. Critique of the Gotha Program, 1875. Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts, 1844. Trans. In E. From, ed. Marx's Concept of Man. Enger, New York, 1961. McGillivray, J. Chomsky, Language, Mind, and Politics. Polity, Blackwell, Cambridge, 1999. ed. Cambridge Companion to Chomsky. Cambridge University Press, Cambridge, 2005. Mackintosh, Margaret M. C. The Phonetic and Linguistic Theory of the Royal Society School, unpublished b.lit. Thesis. Oxford University, 1956. Mendelssohn, E. The Biological Sciences in the 19th Century, Some Problems and Sources, History of Science, Volume 3, 1964. Mill, J. S. Rectorial Address at St. Andrews, 1867. Miller, G. A. and N. Chomsky. Finitary Models of Language Uses, in R. D. Luce et al. eds. Handbook of Mathematical Psychology, Volume 2. John Wiley, New York, 1963. 152 Bibliography. Morris, William C., G. W. Cottrell, and J. Ellman. A Connectionist Simulation of the Empirical Acquisition of Grammatical Relations. In S. Wormter and R. Sun, eds. Hybrid Neural Systems. Springer Verlag, Berlin, 2000, pages 179 to 193. Passmore, J. Ralph Cudworth. Cambridge University Press, New York, 1951. Pinker, S. The Language Instinct. New York, Harper Perennial, 1995. Postal, P. M. Constituent Structure. Mouton, The Hague, 1964. Underlying and Superficial Linguistic Structures, Harvard Educational Review, Volume 34, 1964. Prince, Jesse. Furnishing the Mind, Concepts and Their Perceptual Basis. MIT Press, Cambridge, Mass., 2002. Proudhon, P. J. Correspondence, ed. J. A. Langlois. Librairie Internationale, Paris, 1875. Gwyn, W. V. O. Word and Object. John Wiley, New York, and MIT Press, Cambridge. Mass., 1960. Ontological Relativity and Other Essays. Columbia University Press, New York, 1969. The Roots of Reference. Open Court, La Salle, Ill, 1974. Ray, Milan. Chomsky's Politics. Verso, London, 1995. Reed, Thomas. Essays on the Intellectual Powers of Man, 1785. Robinette, J. B. De la Nature, 1761-1768. Rocker, R. Nationalism and Culture, Trans. R. E. Chase. Freedom Press, London, 1937. Rosenfield, L. C. From Beast Machine to Man Machine. Oxford University Press, Fair Lawn, N.J., 1941. Rousseau, Jean-Jacques. Discourse on the Origins and Foundations of Inequality Among Men, 1755. Trans. In R.D. Masters, ed., The First and Second Discourses, St. Martin's Press, New York, 1964. Ryle, G. The Concept of Mind. Hutchison, London, 1949. Salin, G. Caesar Chess du Massé et son rôle dans l'évolution de la grammaire générale. Presses Universitaires, Paris, 1928. Saint-Beuve, C.H.A. Port Royal, Volume 3, 2nd ed. Paris, 1860. Schlegel, August Wilhelm. Brief über Poesie, Silben Mass en Sprach, 1795, in Kritis Schriften en Brief, Volume I, Sprach and Poetik. W. Column of Verlag, Stuttgart, 1962. Kritis Schriften en Brief, Volume 2, Die Künstler, 1801. W. Column of Verlag, Stuttgart, 1963. Vorlesungen über Dramatische Kunstliteratur, 1808. Trans. Lectures on Dramatic Art and Literature. G. Bell and Sons, London, 1892. De l'Etymologie en général, in me. Bocking, ed., Übersetzungen Französ. Leipzig, 1846. Schlegel, Friedrich von. Geschichte der Alten und Neuen Literatur, 1812. Skinner, B. F. Verbal Behavior. Appleton Century Crafts, New York, 1957. Smith, Adam. Considerations Concerning the First Formation of Languages, The Philological Miscellany, Volume I, 1761. Smith, Neil. Chomsky, Ideas and Ideals. Cambridge University Press, Cambridge, 1999. Smith, Neil, and I.M. Simply. The Mind of a Savant, Language Learning and Modularity. Blackwell, Oxford, 1995. Snyder, A. D. Coleridge on Logic and Learning. Yale University Press, New Haven, Connecticut, 1929. Stenthal, H. Grammatik, Logic and Psychology. Berlin, 1855. Gedächtnisrede auf Humboldt in sei einem hundertjährigen Geburtstag. Berlin, 1867. Bibliography. 153. Strassen, Peter F. On Referring. Mind, New Series 59, 235, 1950, pages 320 to 344. Duber, H. L. Perception, in J. Field 8 al. eds. Handbook of Physiology. Neurophysiology, Volume 3. American Physiological Society, Washington, D.C., 1960. Thompson, Darcy Wentworth. On Growth and Form. Cambridge University Press. Cambridge, 1942. Trubetskoy, N. S. La Phrenologie Actuelle, in Psychologie de Langage. Paris, 1933. Turing, Alan, 1950. Computing Machinery and Intelligence. Mind, New Series 59. 1950, pages 433 to 460. Morphogenesis. North Holland, Amsterdam, 1992. Vagelis, Claude Favre. Remarques sur la langue française, 1647. Veitch, J. The Method, Meditations and Selections from the Principles of Descartes. William Blackwood and Sons, Edinburgh, 1880. Welleck, R. Kant in England. Princeton University Press, Princeton, N. J. 1931. Whitehead, A. N. Science and the Modern World. Macmillan, New York, 1925. Whitney, W. D. Stenthilen, The Psychological Theory of Language, North American Review, 1872, Rep. In Oriental and Linguistic Studies. Scribner, Armstrong, New York, 1874. Wilkins, J. An Essay Towards a Real Character and a Philosophical Understanding. 1668. Wittgenstein, L. Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, 1922. Trans. D. F. Pears and B. F. McGuinness. Routledge and Kegan Paul, London, 1961. Blue and Brown Books. Harper and Row, New York, 1958. Philosophical Investigations, Trans. Elizabeth Anscombe. The Macmillan Company, New York, 1953. Index. Accommodation of Linguistics to Biology 18, 19, 24-35. Progress in 25, 35. Acquisition of Language 14, 30, 98-106, 144. Empiricist accounts of 21, 144. Internalized rules and 107. And Platonism 100, 101-102. Preconditions for 107. Rationalist approach to 143. Third factor considerations 33. Adverbs 86, 88. Animal language 63, 64, 69, 120, 124. Appropriateness of linguistic actions 43-44, 61, 70, 120. Arnold, A. 87, 140. Art 68, 94, 102, 125-126. Buse, A. N. 88, 89, 93-94, 96. Bentham, J. 131. Biolinguistics 4, 24-35. Biology. Accommodation of Linguistics to 18, 19, 24-35. Goethe Forms 72-73. Growth 33. Bloomfield, L. 65, 123, 126, 137. Body and Mind Distinction 79. Beauchamp, G. H. 63-64. Commands 88. Common Notions 98, 99, 100. Common Sense 20, 36, 37, 112, 115. Communication 71, 76, 120, 124. Concepts 10, 16, 18. Computer modeling of 24 in 87, 37, 45, 46 lexical, 14 naturalistic theories of 22 sentential, 14 conjunctions, 89 connectionism, 23, 110, 113 core demi, Giraud de creative use of language, 125, 133 language acquisition, 101, 133 mind, 61 to 63, 79 Cowan, M. 73 creative use of language, 4, 38 to 45, 59 to 77, 109, 125 central role in human affairs, 4 enjoyment of, 9 explanation of, 13 linguistics, and 1, 2, 4, 6 to 18, 107 and meaning, 8 treason, and 34, 35 science, and 115 creativity, 50, 68, 75, 133 Cudworth, R. 102 to 105, 143, 144. Cartesian Linguistics, 57, 58, 76, 118 Case Systems, 87 Children, 5, 15, 28. Acquisition of language, 14, 15, 16, 17, 23, 101 to 102, 144. Linguistic creativity, 7 Chomsky, Noam 18 to 24. Politics, 51 Cognition, 4, 34, 103, 104. Descartes' theory of 103, 104, 121 Cognitive science, 12, 23 Coleridge, S. T. 72, 105, 128 Combinatory principles of language, 16, 18. D'Alembert, J. 94 Data analysis, principles of, 33. Deep structure and surface structure, 26, 27, 78 to 92, 97. The Port Royal Grammarians, and 26, 96, 134. Democracy, 52. Denotation, 8 Descartes, René 1, 36 to 48, 109. Animals and Machines, 38 to 40, 59, 65, 113 Contact Mechanics, 38, 44, 59, 61 to 63, 115 Creative use of language observations, 4, 38 to 45, 125 Function of language, 124, 154. Index, 155. Ideas, 37, 45, 134 Language, 61, 65, 66 Mind, 38 to 40, 44, 45 to 48, 60, 119 Poverty of the stimulus observations, 65, 116 Reason, 20, 41, 60, 66, 67 Science, 36 to 38 Tests for other minds, 38 to 40, 65, 66, 114 Theory of cognition, 103, 104, 121 Descriptivism, 140, 141 Determinations, 82, 84, 96 Diderot, D. 131 Dispositions, 65 Du Massey's, Caesar Chess, 87 Grammar, 88, 93, 95, 96 Semantic Interpretation, 139 Theory of Construction and Syntax, 89 to 91, 97. Education, 48 to 52, 145 Empiricism, and 49. Ellipsis, 90, 134 Empiricism, 22, 110. And the Creative use of language, 1, 33 and Education, 49 Externalism, 16 and Human nature, 48 Language acquisition, 16, 20, 21 Methodological dualism, 22, 23 and Mind, 4, 6, 16, 18, 23, 110 Perception, 105 Study of Cognition, 23 Enlightenment Views, 50 Evolution and Development, 33 Experience, 102 Explanation, 27, 93 to 97, 107, 119, 123, 141. Fitch, Tecum Seth 32 Fodor, Jerry 12, 22, 110 Form, Mechanical and Organic 72, 74 to 75 Foucault, Michel 109, 112 Free Will 2, 35, 61, 66 Freedom 2, 50, 51, 130. Humboldt on 73, 130 of Thought 76. Grammar adequacy of 28, descriptive 93, formalized 27, general and particular 93 to 94, 98, generative 57, 75, 107, 118, 136, philosophical 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 118, 139, phrase structure 27, 29, 86, universal grammar, see universal grammar. Gravitation 44, growth 33. Harnois, G. 139, Harris, James 67, 71, 78 to 79, 124 to 125. 127 to 128, 145 Hauser, Mark 32 Herbert of Chibri 98, 99 to 100 Herder, J. G. 66, 67, 112 Herman, Edward 52, 117 Hockett, C. F. 65, 123 to 124 Harty, 109, 121 to 122, 131 Human Evolution 34, 48 Human Nature 50, 51, 66, 123 to 124. Humboldt on 73, 74 Science of 35, 52 Human Needs, Fundamental 51 Human Rights 74 Humboldt, Wilhelm von 58, 69 to 72, 144 Articulation 126 to 127 Character of Language 74, 75 Education 50, 145 Form of Language 69 to 70, 71, 72, 73, 74 to 75. 98, 128 Freedom 73, 130 Human Nature 73, 74 Language Acquisition 101 to 102 Natural Languages 129 Perception 105 to 106 Platonism 101 to 102 Social and Political Theory 73 to 74 Thought 76 Hume, David 110 Galileo, Galilei 36, 125 Generalized Learning Procedures 16, 17, 21. 144 Generative Grammar 57, 69 to 70, 75, 105, 107. 118, 136 Generative Processes 69, 71, 75 Generative Theory of Language 26, 41, 42, 70 Geometrical Figures 104 Goethe, J. W. von 33, 72 to 73 Gould, S. J. 34 Government 49, 51, 73. I Language 47, 117 Ideal Types 134 Ideas 81, 89, 104, 134, 135. See also Concepts Imperatives 88 Indefinite Articles 91 Indirect Discourse 84 Indoctrination 49 Information Meaning Information 13 Semantic 14 Sound Information 13 156 Index. Innate concepts 7, 37, 45, 46 Innate processes 20, 28, 49, 100, 103 Innovation 42, 61, 62, 75, 95, 120, see also. Creative use of language, creativity, instincts 66, 67, 99 Intellectuals 117 Internalism 6 to 18, 45 Interrogation 85, 88, 134. Kant, Emmanuel 50, 105, 107, 142 Katz, J. 137 Kaufmann, Stewart 33. Lametri, J. O. to 61, 65, 77, 133 Lamy, B. 75, 79, 87, 95, 135 Language. Animal language 64, 69, 120, 124 Appropriateness of linguistic actions 43 to 44. 61, 70, 120 Articulation 126 to 127 Combinatory principles 16, 18, see also. Transformational rules computer modeling of 24 evolution and development of 33, 34, 119 inner and outer aspects of 79, 84 to 86 mechanical explanation of 61, 62, 63 natural order in 132 novelty, coherence and relevance of 61 patterns and dispositions in 76 poetical quality of 68 principles of 93, 101, 106 rationalist romantic strategy 4. Investigating 15, 18, 118 stimulus-free character of 60, 65, 66, 67, 68, 76, 120 structure of 93, 97, 107 and thought 77, 78 and boundedness 39, 42, 60, 68, 120 language competence 118, 119 language faculty 49, 50, 59, 103, 115. See also innate processes language structure 93, 107 Latin, replacement with the vernacular 77 learning, theory of 102, 103 Leibniz, G. W. 100 to 101, 143 Lewis, David 11 Luton, R. C. 34 Lexicon 14, 70 I language 47 Linguistics 1, 107, 140 Accommodation to biology 18, 19, 24 to 35 Descriptive 93 to 97 Development of 108 Explanation in 93 to 97, 141 History of 57. Humboldt's Theory of 69 to 72 Minimalist Program 25, 29, 32, 119 Modern 74, 92 Pre-modern 137 Progress in 19 to 20 Loebner Competition 40 to 41. Mathematics 11, 36 Meaning 8, 11, 13, 81. Cognitive and Emotive 138 Internalist Theory of 14 and Reference 96 Theory of 13 Media, Corporate Run 52, 117 Mental Entities 6, 107. See also Concepts, Ideas, Mind Merge Operation 29, 32, 42, 119 Methodological Dualism 21, 22, 23 Mill, J. S. 132 Mind 1, 3, 18, 38, 104, 121, 128 computational theory of 45 to 48 creativity and 45 and deep structure 91 Descartes and 44, 60, 61 empiricist view of 23 and the external world 15 internalist study of 3 and language 76, 77, 98 mind-body problem 45, 79 modularity of 42, 43 other minds 40 to 41, 61 to 63, 65, 66, 114 perception and volition 78 philosophy of 102 rationalist romantic view of 4, 15 rationalist theory of 98 representational theory of 12, 110 romantic theories of 118 science of 1, 6 to 35 spontaneity of 69 morphogenesis 33 Morris, William C. 111 names, proper, as rigid designators 9 nativism 6 to 18, 45, 110 natural languages 131. Case systems 87 concepts expressed in 16 deep structure and surface structure 87, 88 meaning 12 proper names 10 reference 9 rules or principles 29 structures of 29, 129 universal features of 142 natural rights 73, 129, 130. Index 157. Neural nets 16, 22, 23, 110, 111, 113 Newton, Isaac 44, 45 Noam Chomsky 49 8, 9, 83, 96. Parameters 30 to 33, 47 perception 78 perception, theory of 102, 103, 104 to 105, 106, 116 philosophy 8, 115 phrase structure grammar 27, 29, 86 Platonism 100, 101 to 102, 142, 143 Plato's problem 14, 27, 28, 29. Solution to 30, 31, 32, 33 Poetry 68 to 69, 125 Political institutions 51, 52 Political theory 73 to 74 Politics 48 to 52 Port Royal grammar 25, 26, 84 to 86, 94, 95, 96. Adverbs 88 Case systems 87 Deep structure and surface structure 26, 86, 134 Propositions 79 to 81 Relative clauses 83, 96 Syntax 78 Verb systems 83 Port Royal logic 81, 86, 87 Postal, P. M. 137 Poverty of the stimulus observations 2, 3, 5, 22. 46, 120 and creativity observations 4, 6 to 18, 24 Descartes and 65, 116 language 5 power 49, 51, 73 primates, language and 40 problem solving 37 progress 19 to 20 pronouns, relative 83 propositions 79 to 81, 83, 135 and deep structure 80 essential and incident 81 Proudhon, P.J. 132 psychology 2, 98, 100, 102, 107. Questions 85, 88, 134 Wine, W. V. O. 22, 112. Rationalism 1, 102, 110 Rationalist romantic strategy for investigating. Language 4, 6, 13, 22 Educational implications of 50 Political implications of 50 Reason 34, 35, 50, 67, 87 Descartes and 20, 41, 60, 66, 67 politics and 50 Schlegel and 101. Recursion 32, 34, 42, 85, 119, 120 reference 8, 9, 12, 81, 96 relative clauses 80, 81, 83, 95. Explicative 82, 83, 84 restrictive 82, 83, 84 Vagelis's Rule 95, 96 rights, human 74 rights, natural 73, 129, 130 Romanticism 1, 6, 72, 76, 101, 105, 146 Rousseau, Jean-Jacques 130 to 131 Russell, Bertrand 115 Ryle, Gilbert 64, 65. Schlegel, A. W. 67 to 69, 72, 101, 124, 127 Art 125 to 126 Mechanical form and organic form 72 Poetry 125. Schlegel, Friedrich 76 Science 3, 11, 94, 96. See also Theories and Common Sense, 19, 112 of Evolution 33 of Language 2, 4, 6 to 35, 41, 140. See also Linguistics Scientific Method 2, 18, 24, 36, 46 Self-expression 70, 71, 76 Self-realization 73, 130 Sellers, W. 12, 22, 112 Semantics 11, 12, 15, 136, 137, 139, see also Meaning Sentences 14, 62, 75, 76 Simplicity 19, 30, 37, 113 Social Organization 35, 51, 130 Social Theory 73 to 74 Speech Interpretation of 105 to 106 Perception of 89, 91, 137 Structuralism 74 Syllogisms 87 Syntactic Principles Syntax 14, 78, 85, 89 to 91, 139. Theories Conditions of Adequacy 20 Construction of 37 Descriptive Adequacy of 19, 27, 30, 37 Explanatory Adequacy of 19, 27, 37 Formalization of 19, 27, 37 Objectivity of 19 Progress 19 Simplicity of 19, 30, 37, 113. Thompson, Darcy 33 Thought 20, 70, 77, 78, 88. Forms of 85 Judgment and 76 to 77, 79 Training 49, 101, 122. 158 Index. Transformational Generative Grammar 83, 107, 136. Transformational Rules 27, 81, 83, 89, 92, 142 Turing, Alan 33, 40, 114. Unboundedness 39, 42 Universal Grammar 5, 21, 28, 30, 32. Port Royal Grammarians 26, 78, 96, 98, 107, 118. Vagelis, Claude Farvardin 95, 96, 141 Verbs 83, 86, 136 Vision 3, 46 to 47, 116 Volition 78. Waddington, Charles 33 Wilkins, J. 76, 140 Wittgenstein, Ludwig 12, 20, 140 Word Order 76, 90.